almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
here, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay, to drift away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. can you, so can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
when I'm with you. I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew I was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching
it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me.
Welcome, everyone. I am blurry as heck because we are in the thick of things already. We are into the NECC week number 2, and I'm very, very excited to be here. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, Fish, and we will be broadcasting the first 2 series, which one of them is already underway. I mean, Fish, how you feeling going into week number 2?
I'm pumped. I mean, week number 2 was so excited, as you just said, Orbital. They couldn't even wait for us. We're heading right into game 2 of this epic showdown in our Challengers East. So I'm pumped. I'm excited to see these teams. We got a taste of game 1. We'll touch on it because it was absolutely wild.
Yes, it was. First up on the block, which already we do see, as you said, that leaning in a best of 3, we do have KSU versus UAH on the KSU squad. That is Kennesaw State University. We are going to have 5 fantastic players, and I'm very, very excited to introduce them because these are teams that are all currently 1-0 in their series score. These are teams that have already kind of met out some of the punishment. You can see Doc, Sergeant Assistant Coach, Pika Rose, as well as Trench Baby KT and Crisp 10 all joining their lineup.
Then on the other side, their opponent, who they just got done beating in game number 1, University of Alabama in Huntsville, the UAH Charger Blue. We've got Tilted Top Laner, Z-Pax, Tayu, Blunderbuster 55, and Spear coming in, trying to get that revenge, trying to take us to a game 3 Orbital after really an insane game number 1 that I think we want to touch on just a little bit before we get to this game 2 draft, because we saw a little bit of it on our back end side, and there was a lot of crazy things going on, I think is the best way to say it.
It was crazy, and to start things off, KSU are well known, I think, as a pretty strong team here in the Challengers division. They love to run roughshod, and in game number 1, we at least had the pleasure of watching them and seeing, hey, you know, they had some crazy plays at the start. They were running up a fantastic early gold set. I think it was sitting at about, 5 to 6K at the beginning. They were 9-3 at one point in the kill score, had 8 towers to the name. And that was all in the first, 17, 20 minutes. It was great. And then what happened, Fish?
It was, honestly, I almost want to say an NECC special, right? The inability to close games. We had flashes in. We were ignoring the Nexus. It was just one of those where everybody was on the wrong page. But you mentioned when we were watching the game, I do think a lot of credit deserves to go to UAH. The reason they stayed in the game was some spectacular calls of really, it's a shame because if you ever want to say, how do you stay composed when at one point there were 2 Nexus towers down, 3 inhibitors down, and they were still winning fights, it was a masterclass. Unfortunately, they just simply didn't have enough resources, as everyone knows. In that situation, your winning percentage is less than 1. So definitely some shenanigans, but I almost want to be positive. I'll try and be positive, at least for now, Orbital. I definitely think a lot of that was UAH saying, this is how you defend when you absolutely have to. They just, at the end, just didn't have enough resources left to keep defending.
Yeah, you're pulling out all the stops, you're trying your hardest, and it just, the odds are stacked against you, which we understand. That leans heavily into this game number 2, though. KSU, this squad, they know how to run up a gold lead. Let's go ahead and lay that out as a groundwork first. Our question, I think, rolling into this is, are they going to close out well? Because, as you were saying, for UAH, the Chargers, yes, it's understandable that you are able to get those fights, but that has to come at the expense of the opposing team making mistakes, and I think that's something that anyone can agree with. We need to see KSU shore up those defenses, make sure they don't allow those mistakes to happen rolling into this next one.
I think you're totally right. I mean, we kind of saw 2 different things, right? The first team fight that went awry for KSU was a flash in with the Lilia trying to look for that hero, 5-man ult, put them all to sleep, completely whiffs. Then after that, it was super passive. It was okay, we can't commit. So I think you're totally right. I think my expectation, and maybe yours as well, KSU's probably going to jump out to a lead. How they handle that lead is very, very important to them to show, look, maybe that game 1 was a fluke. It's still early. It's week 2. We're still trying to figure things out. And for UAH, on the other side, How do you not go down 9-3, as you said? I think I maybe like 12-6 at one point. There was a 15K gold deficit at one time, but we hop into the draft. I like that Oriana ban. That's something Pika Rose absolutely dominated on in game number 1 for KSU on that red side. So now let's see what they got here in this draft.
Yeah, and so to give in mind, both teams have opted to stay on their same sides, or UAH actually decided to. And taking a look at the draft here, this is a lot different than what we saw in game number 1. For reference, KSU drafted, I believe it was a Renekton, a Lilia, an Oriana, and a Philios, as well as a Leona on their side. And then for the Chargers, it was, I believe, Trundle in the top side, a jungle, my brain is escaping, we'll skip over that one. Ivern, that was it. And then it was Diana in the mid lane, an ADC Misfortune, and then a support, I can't remember that one.
It was Maokai.
Maokai. Hey, you're helping me out way more. You remember all this because my brain does not. But you can see some glimpses of those champions here and actually swapped up on either side. But the general semblance of their game style for KSU is actually staying the exact same.
I really do like what KSU did in taking that Maokai away. Spear played a phenomenal Maokai. It was actually a support Maokai for UAH. KSU is going to put it in the jungle, but Spear was a big reason, almost spearheading, pun intended, that defense from UAH. So I like them taking that Maokai away. I like them keeping the Aphelios as well. Interestingly enough, it actually, I believe, is going to be a jungle player swap for UAH. I do believe they had a different player. It was Z-Pax. Yeah, Z-Pax was in last game. Yeah. So Coco's in this game, taking that Lilia away. Interesting one. Lilia was kind of part of the throws for KSU last time, so definitely interesting to take it away. But again, you have a new player. Maybe that's something Coco's maybe more comfortable on. So very interesting that they said, look, even though we had this epic defense, let's take Z-Pax out. Let's put Coco in. And I think that's the one spot I want to look at is how that jungler change operates for UAH.
And that's always something that we get to talk about, especially in best of 3 series, which I'm so glad we do. I hate best of 1 series. I hate best of 1, games per week basis. I understand that some leagues do run that, but here best of 3s are always going to be ruling because you get to see these developments, right? The idea of having a 6th player in certain positions opens up a lot of variety, especially in the jungle and mid roles. I would say top ADC support. Hate saying it. Sorry, guys. Your roles are pretty much stock standard. However, if you're swapping out jungle, if you're swapping out mid, the understanding of, hey, jungle is going to be a high power point, a hyperactive carry versus, hey, we're going to play supportish, it can bring a lot to the table, which I really, really like. So the idea that, hey, maybe Coco is going to be that aggressive player, that upfront player, that get in your face kind of player will be quite fun. Now, keep in mind, though, the last picks that came out, I want to kind of toss it out there. Doc actually got counterpick and opted for the Ornn into the Kled. I wonder what your thoughts are there, considering Kled for Tilted Top Laner, I feel, is going to be a do or die champion there.
I mean, it's interesting because the way Tilted Top Laner played, he was sort of a big spearhead as well in that UAH comeback, right? He was farming out lanes on the Trundle in that last game. He was the one who was soloing down Lilia, preventing several Lilia ults on that backline, giving him that Kled as more of a feast champion. I know kind of people always say Kled's a champion that you have to play completely wrong. You have to overextend and then kind of get bailed out by Skarl. I really like that. I'm a little shocked that Doc said, yeah, I'm going to give you that. I'm going to take the Ornn. I do think the one thing the Ornn does, Orbital, is it's going to give them that late game power spike, right? We were talking about it behind the scenes. After they got to a certain point in game 1, KSU, they couldn't go anywhere. They were fully built. They weren't getting any more gold. Those Ornn items do give you that sort of bonus as well. So maybe that's the idea, is let's get that late game power spike as we're pushing. We're going to get an upgraded item. That's the one thing that I would say. I do want to correct myself, by the way. Z-Pax actually went down to ADC. It's actually Buster who got subbed out. So they actually, to your point, ADC kind of anybody can do it role. So maybe that is going to be the, hey, let's keep Z-Pax in because he was strong. So definitely interesting. Still using that 6th player, but not in that jungle role. So I'm going to be curious how those swaps go.
Yeah, and at the same time, it could just be, hey, they could only play 1 game. So yeah, I'm not going to, please understand that I'm not saying this out of hatred or anything. I just love seeing variety. I love seeing shifts all over. I mean, we saw it in the pro scene for so long. Now it's a mainstay, right? Carry 6 players over to Worlds and good luck kind of thing. So now that we touched on the top side, I want to look towards that mid lane because we did see a little bit of a shift up in that mid lane matchup. It was an Oriana versus a Diana in game number 1. In that instance, you and I saw something when we hopped in to watch game number 1. We saw a couple dives and then a ruling side by the side of KSU. Their mid lane looked strong. In variation, do you see that same thing happening here with the Lissandra versus Ahri, or do you see a lot more just like, hey, we're going to roam out and maybe look at other lanes for value?
I assume it has to be a roam and also a, hey, let's chill out kind of pick for the Lissandra. No pun intended on that one, because as you said, we saw a lot of dives. Oriano, I think, was 3-0 at one point, then kind of got caught out guard a couple times. But Lissandra, I mean, you're not going to go diving under a tower, especially onto an Ahri. So that feels like more of a pick of like, hey, the part of the reason we got really far behind is our mid lane was non-existent. You were diving in an Oriana. You were throwing away your life. I do think that Lissandra more to me screams like a, hey, let's play slow. Let's cool down a little bit. Let's just bring back that aggression a little bit on match point. But I do think it, to your point, is also going to say, like, hey, let's try and roam. Let's try and get other planers ahead. Clearly, in that 1v1, maybe the team saying, look, you're not that guy. You're not him right now. I'm going to be honest with you. You're not him. Let's chill it out. That's where I think they're going to go. I'm curious about the Ahri because it felt like the mid laner for KSU, I don't know about you, Orbital, was definitely the better player, so putting them on more of that like supporty mid that's not going to make flashy plays, I'm not a big fan of that. What do you think about the Ahri in the mid lane?
I actually like it because a lot of people are saying, hey, Ahri has a lot more, doesn't really have kill threat. It's the attention, right?
Mm-hmm.
The amount of respect that you command if you're a good Ahri player means that people have to ward against you, have to keep track of where you're going, right? It may not be the single individual mid lane power pick. It does command a lot of respect on the Rift. As mid lane is now transitioning, you know, you can still have your individual powerhouses, but it's a lot more about getting out and affecting other lanes. Ahri, I think, is still currently touted as one of the tops in team play, just saying, hey, you know, you can roam, you can help assist the rest of the team, you can even leave mid on its own. So we'll see how it goes. I think for Pika Rose, as you can see now, we are on to the Rift for game number 2. I think Pika Rose should have a good time. We'll see how it goes down as we get onto the Rift for game number 2. Once again, UAH Charger Blue, they are going to look for a chance to push to a game 3. If not, it'll be KSU to take the victory.
Pretty standard starts here. We got KSU on the red side. Meanwhile, UAH blue. Coco's going to start up on that blue side. And the one lane we didn't get a touch on quickly, Orbital, hopefully before we get too much chaos, is that bot side. We didn't really see what went wrong when we joined. Trench Baby, I think, was already up 3-0. How do you think this bot lane goes this time with these matchups? The Kaisa Leona versus the Aphelios Thresh.
Oh, I mean, individually with the specific champions, I do expect both to be somewhat interesting just in terms of the level 2, level 3. You know, Leona and Thresh will both have some power coming into that. But Z-Packs, I think, won't have as much damage output as Trench, depending on the guns, right? So it really does depend on how Trench Baby decides to play this one. Top side, though, getting a little bit antsy in their own right, going quite low, about 50%, now going to heal up on their own.
Skarl should be there. Again, that sort of play style that's unique to that top laner. You have that effective health with that yellow bar. As soon as it fills up, Skarl comes back in. You get the Skarl HP. And just trying to keep Doc on edge. Don't know if they know where Maokai is. Meanwhile, he's going to go for the kill.
Ooh, yes, this could be a chance. You're inside of the wave as well. And I mean, I don't think Doc's got anywhere to go. This is a flash-on-flash situation. Might as well flash forward. Shotgun to finish it off. And that'll be tilted top laner to take advantage of the island.
And that's what you wanted for UAH. You wanted to get your top laner ahead. He was, again, so fantastic on the Trundle, had so much damage, and he was behind last time. Doc had a level lead most of the time, so I love the fact they said put him on the Kled. Again, I think that's going to be our talking point. You pointed out in the draft, Orbital, is Doc effectively counterpicking himself, and right now, definitely not going his way for whatever his plan was on that orb.
Of course, and we'll have to keep eyes on it. Again, watching. I know I sound like a broken record already, but you do have to keep eyes. This top lane can get out of control very, very quickly. And if you give another kill, it's a problem. You can already see Doc trying to get a hold of the top lane presence, trying to get a wave stacking, ensure that tilted top laner can't dive for free, pretty much. However, this spot side has got a bit of spice as well. Level 3 hit on both ends means Coco could be seeing an entrance down there. That is going to be a nice cleanse to get out of range. Crisp, though, is now the one in danger. Top side, however, will be assistant coach taking it under the tower, though. It is going to be a trade. We are jumping from bot to bot again. Trade of 1-for-1. Value granted over to Trench Baby because they got the kill. Not only that, assistant coach got one as well. 2-for-1 across the board.
Yeah, both junglers have the same idea. They started on opposite buffs, so they were going to be ganking opposite lanes. And I have to wonder, Orbital, if that first blood popping up for assistant coach maybe was the reason Coco dove in to try and secure that kill to make sure that their gank was at least successful. Otherwise, you're looking at blown cleanse, but here they go again.
Yes, they do. Trench also has no value there. That is going to be a problem. You're trying to walk away, but because Z-Packs flash a little bit lower end, flashed away from the hook, did not get in range from the last hit. Trench Baby will survive without burning their own flash.
Crisp 10 getting back just in time, as you said. Z-Packs maybe going a little bit too safe on the flash. You did get that cleanse, but I think the craziest thing is they dove Aphelios twice and still haven't got Trench Baby's flash, as you mentioned, Orbital. So now Leona's going to have to go in again, try and blow that flash. Potentially that cleanse comes off cooldown, depending on how soon you can go back in. I think KSU has to be incredibly happy with how these ganks went.
Of course, and it also lends the fact that you have now burned Z-Pack's flash with Dragon coming up, right? This is a very good Dragon to have at the start. The Hextech granting a little extra ability haste as well as attack speed. It's nice to pick up. Yes, you would like it. So, of course, everyone would. It's still nice to have. So keeping eyes on that value, you can already see the wards going down as well, will mean that Assistant Coach should have a chance just about any lane they wish. Coco now leaning into this mid lane. Chris setting up behind as well. Coco rightly snipping that one out, but Pika Rose just hit level 6, trying to get out of harm's way. Goes ahead and uses Spirit Rush, able to break away from that tether, and will live. 3 ganks across the board for UAH, resulting in only 1 kill in the bot lane so far.
Man, they just needed to wait like 4 more seconds for Tayu to hit level 6, and that probably would have been a kill with that Frozen Tomb from Lissandra. Now they have Crisp 10, unfortunately. These Swirl Seeds for Coco really haven't found much success, though you do have some area around Dragon cleared out. Assistant Coach is top lane, but unfortunately, with that Scuttle Crab giving away that free vision, UAH isn't going to be able to do anything. As you mentioned, now 3 ganks, all unsuccessful, and they didn't get pressure anywhere on the map. And look at that CS mid lane. Pika Rose on the double farming champs is absolutely murdering Tayu, and you have to wonder, maybe Tayu needed that assassin playstyle to at least stay even, because right now Pika Rose is just going to slowly increase that gold gap and be more and more useful at these later team fights.
And the fact that Pika Rose even went for the Merc Tread boots already shows that you're not really playing to win lane, which I can appreciate. You're playing for the team. Bot side though, Chris 10 losing 50% HP is now going to try and help out Trench Baby. This is now the second gank in the bot side, or heavy gank as well. Tayu going to come in though, double kill with the bop, and that'll be Coco to make some Coco in the bot side.
But you had Tayu rotate down. They need to get this dragon.
Mm-hmm.
They just
you got the kills.
I feel like you can't reset there, though. As you mentioned, that's an important dragon, and now your top laner lost out on another. He's 20 CS down at this point.
It's something that we do have to mention, learning how to get kills, not just for kills' sake, but pressure on the map, right? Whenever we talk about kills, and you'll see it once we reach up even higher, I think even into, you know, if you want to make that upper echelon, if you want to make those big playoffs, you have to understand how to get kills and then get pressure afterwards. There was a lot of HP still on the table. I know Coco did die, but I think you could have started it up at least, and now it's going to be granted to Assistant Coach, who, yes, you don't have pressure on the bot side. They all recalled, though, and that'll start the Dragon stacking. Doc, though, might need a doctor after this, and misses the knockup, has to flash away, and I think it's still going to die. Not a chance underneath that tower. Now around the Dragon, we're going to see some fighting as well. Chris 10 getting locked up, only level 4, and in comes Trench, landing that beautiful Moonlight Vigil. It is going to be very painful as they take 1 kill. Tayu can't even get close to their own jungle. Chris somehow lands a very nice hook onto a Raptor.
Man, it just feels like UAH has just been trying to do too much, but also too little at the same time, Orbital, right? They go down bot, they get the double kill, then they pass up on the Dragon. Then they're like, okay, they're probably going to take Dragon. Coco, at least, I assume, knew they're going to take Dragon, but not even going to contest. Says, I'm going to go top lane. I'm going to try and get tilted top laner back ahead. But then for some reason, the other 3 members say, wait, no, we can go get Dragon and walk right into the trap of Assistant Coach with that Nature's Grasp. Leona only level 4. Spear just does not have that tankiness they need with just raw stats yet. Feels like UAH is very discombobulated on what their game plan is. Coco, you can see why they brought them as a jungler. This has been a great change, I think, because it's gank. We're going all over the place. We're trying to get lanes ahead. But the rest of the team needs to kind of be on that same page for what those ganks are going to be doing, because right now it's very discombobulated.
I mean, and it looks like they're trying to change stuff up as well. This is level 7 and 4 versus a 5 and 6. And even a call down a tilted top laner to go ahead, drop the charge, and charge leads nowhere. Also of note, the reason that tilted top laner is here, because they got a little bit too tilted. They actually lane swapped to the mid lane. That now means Tayu is in the top side to take on Doc, And this is a question all in its own right. Assistant coach not ready for it, is now going to get ganked. Actually sends out the vines in the opposite direction. Coco is going to try and slow them down. Unfortunately, Pika Rose is ready there, so UAH can't contest any further. These swaps getting very, very interesting.
I think this is almost a swap to just the fact that Lysandra just could not handle the Ari. It's been a
Fair
15
enough.
CS gap the whole time. I think they just need to say, we need Lysandra to get kills. We need Lysandra to be even to Pika Rose at some point in this game. But as you said, this cost Tilted top laner a ton of CS. Meanwhile, Spear going to get caught out.
And that's going to be a great hook. Now, with the Gravitum, it's an easy, easy kill. You follow up with a bit more. You even saw Z-Pax. Z-Pax is like, I got nothing. I'm sorry. It ain't going to help. Great kill down there. Trench Baby back to the 3-1. By the way, again, to those viewing, we are on game number 2, and we have already seen KSU take game number 1, with Trench Baby being one of the bigger carries in this game, or in this series. That's going to be a flash forward. Tilted top laner says, oh crap, I need to actually flash out of that one.
This lane swap, this has me confused, Orbital, because it felt like they went from winning top and just trading mid to losing top and losing mid now, because now Tilted top laner's flying behind, but the Swirl Seed hit percentage I think is still 0% for Coco.
That feels a little bit bad. You can see Coco trying to get things in. I gotta agree, it's interesting to see. At the same time, we're sitting here going, I mean, their thought is either, hey, try and keep the strong links down on the side of KSU, and maybe match Coco, get a little bit of a larger extended lane going. You can see it here as well. It's going to be a challenge here. Ornhorn goes in. Is it going to be a double knockup? No, the root. Beautiful job to cut out that second chance, and this is going to allow Coco to get a fighting shot. Lilting Lullaby is still alive if they so wish. However, they are just going to burn. Flash forward, and a bop on top lends itself to Coco getting the kill. Tilted top laner ran from bot to top to gather up the second. Kills for kill's sake, but kills nonetheless.
And that's what you wanted. This is why I said don't take Tilted top laner out, because you're just farming double kills up there. You get the Rift Herald as well, kind of very far behind where you wanted to put it, but that's okay. It should make it there in time. But this is what they want. I think you're okay letting Ari just farm. Pika Rose isn't rotating anywhere. He's not participating in kills. That one assist is from that Dragon overextend. I think they should have just left these laners where they were and been, okay, look, Ari's going to have some CS, that's fine, but just focus on getting Tilted top laner ahead as he gets first tower.
I think they've done enough now. I mean, you take a look at how much has been going on. I said kills for kill's sake, and I would like to, take my statement back. They got top tower. They got 5 plates on it as well, so there's so much in their favor. That's going to be cleanse on the bot side. Cleanse out a Z-Pax as well. And that's going to leave both ADCs in a fair spot. Both supports, though, questioning what's going on. Tilted top laner sees a chance once again. The fights have been going on time and time again. We're already at 11, looking for a 12th on the board. Doc will either take a life or lose a life. And right now, it's looking like the latter. The burn coming out of Coco, who already has Leandri's, will go ahead and claim the Blacksmith's life, who all he wanted was just to build some stuff.
And again, I think this is going to be our talking point, right, Orbital? You set us up for this, really, when you mentioned it. Doc picking the Ornn into the Kled. What was the thought process? And right now, that thought process is, what was the thought? Was it, I mean, at this point, I almost want to say, like, was it a misclick? I mean, I have no idea, because this is blown up in KSU's face in a bigger way than I even think they expected. He's 0-4. Sure, he has 89 CS, but he's only level 9. You're really not close to those Ornn items. You're really just feeding Tilted top laner free gold at this point. I really would love to get into their heads and say, like, okay, what was the Ornn idea here for the side of KSU in a match point game?
I mean, I'll keep tacking on as we set up for this dragon. The thought that Doc actually played Renekton in game number 1 spells that they can play a bruiser-heavy composition, right? They can play that bruiser, that 1v1 style, but you opt in a counterpick to go to Ornn. Ornn is something that you pick up in R3, R4. It's not something that you leave to a counterpick, so that's why we're kind of leaning on that point a little bit more than others. Right now, though, this is going to be a Dragon 4 currently here with Ari on the side. Keep eyes on that split focus. That's going to be a knockup, though. Fight breaking out. Pincer is going to work in their favor, or at least for a moment. A big ult comes in. Moonlight Vigil brings down, but look at the split. Triple knockup works in their favor. Doc solidifying the strong side works. It will be KSU to take the entire fight. Tilted top laner running for their life. Still on Scarl. Very happy about Scarl, but it's 4-for-1 for KSU.
You called it, Orbital. Pika Rose on that bottom side of the map coming in. Solos Tayu on Lysandra. Lysandra had no value in the fight. And then, as you mentioned, middle of the screen, the triple knockup really not a whole lot you could do about that, but I think that really starts and ends with that mid lane matchup that we've been highlighting, and the fact that Pika Rose was getting further and further ahead. And at the time I said I think you take that, but now I think KSU is happy with how that went, because that effectively was a 5v4 from the start, because Lysandra was running around, couldn't even really do anything, even with the Frozen Tome onto the Ahri, and at that point all you needed was a triple knockup on top. But I think that really starts and ends with this mid laner 1v1 that really throughout this series, Orbital, hasn't been close. It's been Pika Rose night, day, evening, breakfast, wherever you want him, he's dominating the 1v1.
And you take a look at what the compositions want to do. Well, I was talking about that. I wanted to get into the specifics, but we can't because assistant coach getting currently jumped on here. TP straight to mid, looking for that Herald, and it looks like it will be given. KSU saying, look, we got the Dragon. We already have 2 stack. Cool. You get the second Herald of the game, which honestly won't amount to much. Because of that, I do want to mention once again, the reason that Pika Rose was so impactful is you could see UAH looking for that Lysandra ult. You knew they were looking for that all-impactful, like, hey, get that ult, get it in the middle of everyone, and then slow them down. That would have turned the fight, I'll be quite honest. But Pika Rose did the job of an Ahri. It is night and day. So gotta agree, taking a look here, it will be KSU to continue to find those pinches and look for a bit more. As Tayu said, I want nothing to do with that red buff situation. Assistant coach literally walks by the Lysandra.
And I think also just great map awareness by Pika Rose. I don't know if there was a ward down, but I mean, the idea is, all right, if we're coming from our base, where's Lysandra going to be? It's going to be somewhere to Glacial Path over a wall, basically calls them on blue, but they're just able to Spirit Rush out of that, no problem. Just really fantastic play by Pika Rose, and I guess Doc maybe hurt us. I mean, obviously that trickle knockup was a big reason why they won that fight, but here we go again.
Ooh. A little bit of a flash forward as well. Z-Pack's gonna get the cleanse out, but that's gonna be a charge. No knockup to be said. Doc trying to help out. That's gonna be a 3-man Drowsy. This might be the chance. It's gonna be burned out. Tilted top lane and going straight into the middle of them. Everfrost trying to go across the board, but can't really find it. They are kiting back so while KSU looking to minimize damages. It looks like they've done so. That'll be the top laner going down as Doc is burned. And you know what? For what could have been an ace, I think KSU did well, but UAH battled out in mid off of an engage from assistant coach.
That Ornn, it was live by the Ornn, die by the Ornn, right? Orbital, that felt like a setup perfectly. The double Nature's Grasp onto Z-Pax, and I believe Tayu, but the Ornn just misses. I don't know if he was aiming for Spear, who had already used the Leona ult, by the way, so that Leona had very minimal value in that fight. The ult had already gone on to Trench Baby. I really don't know where Doc was aiming. Maybe he thought the route was, maybe he was expecting a Bramble Smash back into his knockup and got greedy trying to line up the triple knockup, but that really came down to, I think assistant coach did everything right. He set up a great double route onto Z-Pax, and then the Ornn just went right by him.
It was just a bit shy, aiming at where they were, which, again, we can appreciate. Right now, though, UAH setting themselves up for success. You got 2 minutes coming up on this Dragon, on this Chemtech, and saying, hey, this Dragon will be useful. You can negate a lot of the CC coming out of KSU. I believe every Chemtech you get a little bit of resistances and tenacity coming out. So it's valuable. It's very valuable for both these sides. And the fact that KSU are looking at a third as well, almost putting them on Soul's Point, would be helpful leaning into this mid game.
And I really want to know what UAH's strategy is going to be at this Dragon. The last one, obviously, we talked about it. It was probably expecting a Lysandra ult, most likely onto Trench Baby. And this time I feel like you could use that to your advantage and try and set up Tayu in the same spot. Bait out Pika Rose, but have tilted top laner there. Turn that into a 2v1. Try and eliminate the Ahri as fast as possible with minimal damage. As long as your team holds back, doesn't get caught in the Nature's Grasp, then you have that 4v5. I really think for UAH, despite the fact that Trench Baby is 3-1, has that shutdown, I think the objective here at any team fight is finding a way to eliminate Pika Rose with a combination of Tayu and tilted top laner, and then letting your momentum carry you into the other 4 members.
100% agree with that one. I mean, you can already see KSU understand that as well. They know that the search for Pika Rose is on, and that's why you're keeping them at arm's length. You're looking for those picks before the fight even breaks out. You saw Pika Rose leading on the top side, and now they're able to pinch down that mid tower right now before Dragon comes up. But look at the warding. UAH understand they have to keep track of where everyone is. If anyone walks in, at least at the current moment, they will be spotted. Tilted top laner, though, doesn't know they're on a ward. And that's also why KSU want nothing to do with this Dragon at this current moment. Herald in the mid lane, top side is pushing. Taiyu does have that TP available. I think they got to give this Drake.
It looks like potentially the case. They are going to roam right into pitch black in this river. Here comes the Nature's Grass, though, and here comes the teleport as well from Taiyu right on that blue buff.
Oh, this is so dangerous. They're going to look for a steal. Keep eyes on that Dragon. Down to about 2.2. Who is going to get this fight? It's stolen! That's going to be assistant coach being the head coach. Steal upon kill upon kill. It will be KSU. Their HP may be low. The drowsy puts them to sleep, but it's not going to be enough. A little bit of a slap on the back line means Coco gets the shutdown, but it's still 3 for 2. UAH take 3 kills, but no Dragon.
They got their eyes too focused on the prize, which was all the kills. Orbital, you saw Taiyu's going to charge in immediately from that teleport. Tilted top laner is going to pop the Kled ult, run in on that 3 stack. And yes, Trench Baby is important, but they forgot about the most important member in any single objective fight. It is the jungler with that spite. Assistant coach able to fly in and steal it. I think Z-Pax is also still DPSing down the Dragon. That feels like, okay, if you're going to go on the back line, tell your ADC to back off. Slow the DPS. And Maokai is not going to burn a Dragon down. Lilia is going to do a decent bit of damage, especially with how far ahead Coco is. But again, it just feels like UAH is trying to execute too many game plans effectively. If it's burn the backline, you slow on the Dragon. You don't allow that smite battle to even occur. If it's take the smite battle and then fight, they had a perfect opportunity to just turn on Pikaros. Pikaros came right from where Taiyu teleported. It just feels like UAH has too many game plans trying to be executed right now.
Maybe just their overall game plan also left in wonder, right? You saw, hey, maybe we don't want to take the 50-50, and Coco's like, yes, I want to take the 50-50. So many thoughts rolling through there, so I love that you pointed it out. They need to get their understanding of what the team wants to do. KSU are preying on that fact, though. Top side, we are seeing a challenge for this Baron. Both top laners also meeting on the bot lane. Silta top laner still has TP available as well. KSU making sure to stay around those global objectives. At this point, they are not leading in almost any metric except for Dragons. You can see the gold not leaning their way. You can see the towers staying almost exactly even. What they do lead in is global macro objectives, if you will, the Baron, the Dragons, and so on and so forth.
And I do think that's the other thing is that, you know, while we're kind of dogging on UAH, for KSU, as you point out, they're not leading in anything in these team fights. I mean, if they don't lose that Dragon, they're getting crushed right now, right? They got turned around on. They got a triple kill for Z-Pax. This is a very concerning spot because the damage they had in game 1 where they're kind of able to bully UAH, they made some mistakes. They don't have that anymore. Trench Baby isn't exploding people like we're looking forward to. They don't have that Lilia ult that they had in game 1. I really do think KSU has to rely on that macro. As you mentioned, they need to get this soul. They need to get Baron because the team fight and the damage that UAH is putting out, even though if it's scattered, it's still just so much damage that KSU can't abstain all of that damage they're taking.
And the fact that that actually leans into what we talked about in game number 1, the mid to late game, KSU, we saw, had trouble closing out, and now they're forced into a situation where they don't even have that luxury. They don't have the luxury of the 80-20 percentage or 90-10, where all the inhibitors are down and they're only left with the Nexus, and they're allowed to lose 3 team fights in a row. A single team fight can actually put them out quite a bit. If they lose this Baron, that gives time for UAH to stack more gold. If they lose a Dragon fight, that stalls them out of a major soul that they really, really need. So many thoughts here, and this might be the chance. That's going to be a hook. That's going to be a little bit of a catch us. Spear is just run down here, has to sacrifice themselves. Trench Baby takes that kill, and I mean, that's a freebie if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that was just, I don't know why you're backing in the middle of mid lane when it's basically contested. Of course, didn't know that he was on the ward. We have that hindsight, but as you said, this is basically a freebie for Baron, though. With Trench Baby rotating over here a little bit late, they didn't have a lot of great damage. That is actually going to allow Leona to respawn and potentially start walking that direction if they want to contest at all. But unfortunately, Tilted top laner is bot side, does have the teleport, but there's not a lot of great wards to teleport to. But this Baron damage is abysmal, Orbital. It's only at halfway. It's only halfway dead.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit, but the fact that no one is really there means that it will be granted to KSU. They don't lose a single player, and because of that, they now get to set up 45 seconds, plenty of time to recall, spend your gold, get back on the board for this Dragon. What do we say? KSU have control over the global objectives, and generally, I say generally with a hearty amount of, a little bit of stress in the back of my head, generally will lead to game over.
Let's see if UAH can at least set. They had insane dragon setup, but Spear, this is not what you want to do.
No, that's going to be a cleanse coming out here. Solar Flare does not land as well as they thought. Vines coming out. The Christmas tree wants its due, but doesn't land. Tilted top laner is fine. Honestly, even if it landed, I don't think it would follow through. This now gives a valuable information. The entirety of bot side jungle will get warded out by KSU.
And UAH just basically threw Dragon for a cleanse at that point. Now Charm's going to land topside on Tilted top laner.
Uh-oh, they're caught on the wrong side of the rift right now. That ain't Alessandra, that ain't anything of the sort. And keep in mind, there are no wards for Taiyu to teleport behind enemy lines. This is now a pinch. Take a look at where KSU position. All 5 stuck together. That's a hook. That's what they want. Coco cannot get out. You flash, but you're still dead. Jungler down.
We're on the same page, Arlo. This is Soul Point, right? This is Soul, right? Like, we're on that understanding. Does UAH understand this? So where is Taiyu? Why are they top lane? What are we doing?
They're also putting one of the slowest pushers in the game, I think, because it's an AP, right? Like, you're throwing spells. I understand you clear the way, but you ain't taking that tower very quickly. Either way, you've now given over so much value, and it's a split tower defense. Tilted top laner just came back up, by the way. That is now the second hook in a row. You're just dead. It's cleanup on aisle mid. It is KSU to now have Soul, as well as mid prio, as well as 4 alive. Taiyu has to go into the tomb, trying to stay alive. Another little slow, a flash out to safety. This is KSU looking to put the finishing touches.
That's the scary part, though, right? We talked about that. This is where KSU kind of fell flat on their face and basically tripped forward into the finish line in game number 1. And in that game, they had a 10K gold lead at this point. They were absolutely stat checking UAH across the board. So this is the time for UAH. Figure out where their shot calling needs to be. Figure out what went right in game 1, because they can easily come back in this game. But they need to figure out who's going where, as you mentioned. Why is Lissandra sitting top lane when we need to fight over a dragon? Why is Tilted top laner getting caught out on the backside with no wards to be able to allow Lissandra to even teleport in? Now Lissandra was essentially a cannon minion because there was nowhere for them to teleport, and they were just shooting at the tower with their spells. As you said, like, it just seems like UAH needs to figure out how to get on the same page, because this game is very, very winnable if they can just figure out their strategy. That's what they need to work on right now.
You know, I would agree with you. I would agree with you if KSU did not have 4 dragons in their back pocket, right? We're talking about Taiyu. We're talking about that chance for UAH. I think that window has closed. As much as I hate to say that, with that Soul in point, a lot of the CC that UAH bring to the table in the team fight, that window of how to combo all the ults has now shrunk dramatically. When you add 35% tenacity or so in there, it's a problem. Not only that, Chemtech Soul also allows, when you're under 50% HP, for you to have increased resistances as well as increased damage. So the longer the fights occur, UAH are going to be stacked up against heavier and heavier odds, and KSU are going to play into that. Right now, they are happily taking all the freestanding gold that they can. This is going to be the last outer tower that is available. All that will be left after that topside falls is going to be inhibitor towers and nexus towers.
That was a great play by Z-Pax, by the way. Ran up, stopped Doc from backing, because Tilted top laner is split pushing right now. He's on the bot inhibitor.
Yes, he is, but now they're all coming through. This is going to be a chance, but a good route coming out. Assistant coach is quite low, and that's going to be a bop. Leona is now down. Aphelios, though, running up the scoreboard. Trench Baby takes 2, and that might just be it. You take another tower shot. Everyone's low, but Tilted top lane, as you said, they're looking for it. They get the next inhibitor tower as well as the inhibitor and nexus tower. I didn't even notice that. Thank you for pointing it out, right? We were all so focused, and my brain did not want to work. So yes, the first inhibitor tower to fall is Tilted top laner, and I think it's very appropriate that this might be the calling card. So dangerous. Doc still wanting that fight on the top side, though.
And blow the Ahri flash to stop it. Coco barely able to get out. You could give up this tier 2 top. It's totally okay. This is not worth a lot. They got exactly what they needed. Teleport down on Ahri in case you need to fight at that next objective, which is going to be that Elder, which kind of is, besides a Tilted top laner split push, kind of their win condition, right? Because as many resistance as you have, when Elder Dragon can execute you at 20%, that helps a lot. So maybe that's your counter. Of course, no dragon fight has gone UAH's way, so I'm very inclined to say I don't think Elder will go their way as well. They basically have to use Elder or this Baron as a distraction to let Tilted top laner push, right? The only teleport up is Doc's. Find a way to stop it. Tayu has to know where Doc is at all times. I think you just go for the split push here, Orbital. I think at this point, as you said, team fights are near impossible. We just need to get this Kled on the top side of the map. There's a ward down as well. You can see it in their base right below that bot side inhibitor. He can teleport in at any time. He just needs a minion wave. And I think this Baron might be a bait if KSU decides to all in for it.
I can agree with that one. We're taking a look here. Coco getting a little bit chunked out here. Trench Baby, as we said, has had a phenomenal game so far. I wouldn't say phenomenal. I would say very impressive, right? 7-2-4, been cleaning up the kills. Still looking for a bit more, but the guns are in their favor. That's going to be the Chocomans as well as the Sniper, getting some good damage down, shredding through Spear. But keep eyes on that wave. As you said, bot lane was a chance, but Tilted top laner still looking for top side as well. They have to send back Ari. Pika Rose is the one that's going to have to defend. So KSU only have three in that Baron rotation value. So let's keep eyes on that one. Out they go with the Lantern. They are safe. Tilted top laner looking for a chance to dish out some extra damage.
UAH has to be on the same page here. We talked strategy. What's your strategy? What's your strategy? The strategy here has to be 100% get Tilted top laner in.
Z-Pack! Z-Pack got caught! Z-Pack got caught! That is Trent maybe finding an opportunity. This is how game one ended. Remember, it was UAH. You might not have seen it, viewers, but we did. But that's going to be Tilted top lane to take out Trench Baby. It's now a 4-on-2. UAH lost so many members in such a quick succession. We were looking at Baron. KSU were looking at the ace. That'll be the finisher. A couple orbs to finish. Pico Rose says thank you very much. And Trench Baby sacrificed her life for the possible game-winning ace.
What a play. As you said, we were looking at Baron. KSU, they maybe finally figured out how to end. I think they're going to have enough damage to Orbital with these low respawn times. I actually think this might only be an inhibitor, maybe one Nexus tower if you want to push it. They actually are going to have to dreadedly return to base and find a way to end this game in another way. But what a play. I think they used the Baron as a bait, but I would have loved to have seen Tilted top laner alt top side. He could have got probably top tower and top inhibitor while his team was stalling in that fight. I think UAH has to accept your win condition is no longer winning in team fights. Your win condition is this Kled destroying the Nexus. They wasted a prime opportunity to have two lanes pushing with super minions if Kled had just simply gone top lane and instead of trying to save that fight.
Gotta play your gamble, right? At this point, it's a high-handed gamble. You have all your chips on the table, and you gotta go for it. But now, it's done. You are drawn to the battlefield, the final pot. The Elder Dragon is available. Coco has not had a good success rate currently challenging for those global objectives. And with KSU now fully stacked, level 16 on Doc, already getting a lot of those ornaments ready, this will be a problem. Completely dark on the back end. This does not bode well for UAH. Pika Rose, the one to watch. A couple seedlings going out. Keep eyes on that topside wave. That topside wave is now crashing, so the dance may be a dance of death. Dragon started up. 4-1 split. That'll be Tayu to try and look for a pinch. But they're spreading out very nicely. KSU understand their problematic situation.
Kled has no teleport. No one can go top lane besides Leandra. He blew his teleport to get to this fight. That top wave, unfortunately, Orbital has no one to help it out. UAH has to win this fight.
Yes, they do. And Pika Rose said, hey, not even a chance. Look at the damage. A sweep of the Q across the board on 3 means they are chunked out and possibly killed. This should spell Elder Dragon in their favor. Pika Rose said, I don't even need Elder. Now we're going to finish. Ornhorn goes through, solidifies Tilted top laner's death. And that'll be 50 seconds on the clock. Elder Dragon goes KSU's way in a 5-0 Dragon sweep.
No, do not ping that Baron, KSU. I see those red. Do not ping the Baron. No.
You know what? It's not the worst choice in the world because we specifically said they didn't know how to close out. What's the easiest way to close out a game? Grab both the Baron and Elder. I mean, it's safe, right?
Hey, we thought they had it in the bag last game. Coco gets one last chance of redemption.
Oh, that might be a smite. Oh, good try by Coco. Good try.
Hey, at least UAH got the Rift Heralds, right? So it wasn't a complete global objective shutout for KSU.
That is fair. Right now, though, it is looking like Doomsday. UAH facing down the barrel of some very, very beefed up KSU members. They have everything that they could possibly want. 4 items on Trench Baby. The only thing standing between them and victory are 2 Nexus Towers. Don't even need the other 2 inhibitors. It should be all game. In comes a charge. In comes a chance. That's going to be a shutdown, though. Assistant coach is dead. They're going to fly straight into the middle. Chris 10 trying to get back out, but look at the damage. That's going to be the Moonlight Vigil landing on so many. It will be the game-ending ults as well as KSU take the Nexus. GG. KSU win 2-0 over UAH.
I mean, without that Elder, that got very, very sketchy, Orbital. I was very worried. But, I mean, it felt like, again, game 2 kind of mirrored game 1, right? It's KSU had this weird, awkward dance. We don't know how to quite finish games. But for UAH, it really felt like this series is going to be reflected on of we have all got to be on the same page. When they wanted a split push, they were trying to team fight. When they needed a split push, then they were trying to team fight. It was so odd. As you pointed out, why are we sending a Lissandra tops lane when there is literal Dragon Soul being fought over for the enemy team? It really feels like KSU just won the battle of we have the better strategy, which is just go, go, go. We'll probably throw a little bit along the way, but we'll get it done. UAH just got to refine their strategy because it really felt like for a while that game was in their hands. And unfortunately, they just kind of fumbled the bag at the end.
Gotta agree with you on that one. It was a question of how well are you going to execute and, you know, your PowerPoint. So I do think UAH are going to have a chance later on down the road. They are now 1-1. KSU, though, 2-0, leading the charge in their Challengers division. And taking a look forward, maybe they'll continue to rule their side. Of course, we are getting into some other games later on as well. We had 2 amazing series lined up for you at the end as well. We are looking at the Legends division coming up in our next series. That'll be Maryville University versus the Vikings, which is Grandview University. That one should be quite fun to watch, so please don't go anywhere. We should be back, I think, maybe a little bit later in about an hour. So keep eyes on that timer, keep eyes on the stream, and we'll see you back later on.
Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't want to show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know when my heartbeat needed skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher.
keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall. You know I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting
the time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I love that you're bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Looking lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, 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 tell me, can you hear the symphony? And before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh. I can't stop the rush, every note I touch. I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real heights. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing your winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just that. Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life? This love could be deeper. Just
Sinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted
I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you mess with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
One touch from you, and I was hooked. And like an addict, I can't get enough. Can't be away, take me away. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get up, handle on me, discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your chains. Just lock me in your Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. I've been bad. I need someone to give me demands, though. Take me away, have your way. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get up, handle on me, and discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes,
smile into my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Yeah, you take me higher, baby.
Welcome back, everyone. We're excited to be here once again for our second series of the evening. We were in Challengers just last time, but now going into the series, we're going into the Legends. We're giving you the best of the best, and hopefully the best of the best, of course, games that we'll be seeing here today. We are going straight into Maryville University versus, of course, Grandview University. I mean, these are two teams well known in the collegiate scene.
Yeah, I mean, Maryville goes without saying. It is Maryville. If you think Collegiate League of Legends, you think Maryville. And a couple of things, you know, St. Thomas is up there as well, but it is Maryville. This is the best of the best. And then for Grandview, I think really you have to approach this game. I know obviously you're going to approach every game that you're going to win, but I mean, we need to be honest here, Orbital. It is Maryville. They beat everyone not named St. Thomas at this rate. I think Grandview has to approach it, and this is a measuring stick game, right? They are 0-2, but they have had 3-game series both times, right? They take Fisher College, another A-list team, to game 3. This is really a test of, all right, where are you in Legends? Are you a contender, or are you maybe on that, we need to fix some things? I think this is a great early measuring test for Grandview.
Yeah, and to take a look at things and to lay it out even further, this is not a, you know, what do we need to improve on? Of course, you know, no matter what, you have things to improve on. It's exactly what things do you need to improve on. I think this is also, I mean, Maryville is well known as a team that love to dominate in the micro. They love being just kind of the strong hand, bully you around pretty easily. And then also their macro is on point. So I expect them to come out with some fire as well. I mean, you take a look down the roster. We're looking at Maryville, if we will. We can go ahead and pull them up because there's some returning players as well as some new players on the roster from the spring 2023 group. We have PCL, Mazo, Get Back, Scary Jerry, and Zyko joining us here today.
Well, let's take a look at their opponents. Grandview, of course, we talked about coming in 0-2, but hey, look, they're trying to figure things out. And we can take a look at that roster, who again has taken some people to game 3, taken Fisher College to game 3, taken Ball State to game 3. So Grandview, I think, again, as we're talking about, this is a great way to kind of see where you measure up. We can get their roster up on the screen. This will be the opponent today. It will be Strict Proctor, Matthew Castle, Zusty, Nightstar, and Pluto Lowell in that bot lane. And again, Orbital, we come in knowing that for Grandville, a win is almost out of the question, but let's say they do the impossible, which I'm going to say is taking Maryville to game 3. That is a massive ego boost, and not only that, it's a massive statement to yourself, like, we belong here. If they can maybe even have a lead at like 10-15 minutes, I think there's so many small things that, yes, maybe it's unfair to Grandview that they're already writing them off, but if you can approach like, hey, let's have a lead at 10 minutes. Hey, let's maybe win a dragon fight. There are so many things that if you could do that against Maryville, you can do it against anyone. And I think that's exactly what Grandville needs to come into this game. Don't come in, hey, we're going to run cheese comp. We're going to get first blood, and then we're going to lose 42. Let's come in and let's try and beat Maryville at these little things, and that'll go a long way as we hop into the draft.
Yeah, and you can already see the draft is lending itself to you better win outright, and I like it. You can see there, we have the Casante that will soon to be reworked on the blue side, and that will be GVU, I think, on there. You have the Grays, you have the LeBlanc as well. Taking a look on the red side for the likes of Maryville, you're taking a look at the Rumble, at the Maokai, at the Jace of all things, which I do like quite a bit. And then the Draven to follow behind. I mean, this is Scary Jerry's just bread and butter, if you will, in the ADC role.
Yeah, this is, I mean, Maryville, as you said, they come out, they just want to crush you, right? Draven, if he is able to get that passive going early on, absolutely going to pop off, get further and further ahead. I do like that they put a Mazo, or at least got him on that Maokai. I mean, you look at the stats, he's absolutely dominating it with these assassin jungles. So you can see taking away the Belveth, counter picking with that Graves to kind of ban it away essentially from Mazo. So I like what Grandview is trying to do, limit the damage here the best they can. And I mean, as you said, Casante is going to be reworked, but you might as well play it until it is. So I like this comp for Grandview. If they can keep, Scary Jerry on that Draven down, maybe they have a chance here to make some noise. But that pike into the Nautilus, I've got some worries there because you have a very squishy bot lane against a Draven who's one to love to feast all over those health bars.
It's so much fun to see these types of comps come out here and kind of just waylay their way in as hard as they can. It's this is going to end by about 10 to 15 minutes, I think. This is either going to go one way or the other, and I mean that in all sense of the song and dance. This is going to be very, very fun. I like how you did point out on the bot side, this is Minstar and Pluto just going, yeah, we're going to go a bit ham, right? Mm-hmm. This is do or die. But the mid lane is what interests me more. Jace, I think, has been an up-and-comer in terms of the mid lane, just powerhouse that way through. What do you think about the LeBlanc versus Jace matchup?
It feels like they're kind of trying to do the same thing they're doing bot side, right? Like let's try and just 100-0 somebody. I think that is like, let's see if we can assassinate the Jace, or maybe we can get a roam down bot side with a LeBlanc, try and maybe sneak up on Scary Jerry, maybe turn that into a 3v2. You already got the Pike for some early engage. Maybe you have Graves down there as well. This really feels like Grandview went against what I warned them and just said, like, let's just go full flashy. Let's just see if we can start maybe kind of styling on Maryville in the early kill department. That's where kind of I sit. I think it's those, maybe if LeBlanc gets a pick and goes up early on the Jace, then the LeBlanc can start to snowball around and pop off on the map. I'm not a big fan, but if your goal was to, hey, style on that mid laner from Maryville, make your name known for the first 10 minutes on the NECC stream, I can't hate against it if it works.
True. At the same time, I mean, if we're gonna style, I'd rather see some ignites. If we're gonna go ham in the mid lane, if we're gonna go ham anywhere, please do me a favor. I love seeing kill lanes with the ignite. Then let's go to the top side, and we gotta look at Strict Proctor right now. That Casante has thrown so many people for a loop. I think it was one of those interesting points to have because, I mean, we just got announced, actually, I think it just went live, right? The new changes to Casante, adjusting a lot of his power and tap. How does that work against PCL and the Rumble?
It really feels like that Casante, which I want to pull up and see. It was the last pick for Grandview, and it kind of felt like that was they picked the Nautilus, they picked the Maokai. At some point, we need a tank on our team with our full flashy comp, with the Graves, with the Pike, with the LeBlanc, and with the Kaisa. It really feels like what tank do you like the most? And I mean, as you said, maybe they were like, oh, wait, is Casante changed yet? So it really does feel like kind of like a panic. Oh, we need a tank on this team if we actually want to stand a chance. Like, yes, you can get ahead, but eventually your assassins will fall off. That's kind of the least what I'm getting from it here, Orbital, is this was like a panic. Oh, right, we can't just play 5 assassins and win in League of Legends. So I'm not a big fan, but hey, as long as he doesn't feed PCL, as long as he's able to stay back, I think that fits exactly what the Grandview comp wants to do, which is just not lose the top lane.
All right, well, there you go. Hey, small steps is what we say here. Small steps in the NECC, and it lends itself once again to the fact that you were talking about the litmus test, that kind of testing grounds, the proving grounds. Yes, this is early on. Legends, of course, is a whole different story than, say, the Challengers or Emergence or anything like that, some of the lower leagues. And I mean, these are teams that we see on the regular in a lot of the major circuits. So I do agree Grandview are going to have a test. It's only just how much fire are they coming out of the gate. And there is another side of it. We do know Maryville have a tendency, no matter what, with this iteration or previous ones, they tend to get a little bit out of whack if they get a lead. I think everyone has had that jump scare of Maryville up, 5-6K, and all of a sudden it's like, oh no, they're going a little bit too ham for the liking. They always pull out a victory, don't get me wrong, but I mean, do we possibly see that here with the composition that they drafted?
If Maryville gets ahead, no. I don't think that can happen just because when assassins get behind Orbital, that they're not assassins. They're just kind of ins. You could take off everything else because they're not killing anyone. So I think if Grandview can stay even and Maryville maybe has like a gold lead, but the kills are even, and you see those assassins, maybe that Pike has picked up some kills and can get aggressive, maybe LeBlanc has picked up some kills, that's where I think you might see that oh no from Maryville, where they start kind of getting blasted down, saying I can 1v2 this LeBlanc, I can 1v2 this Pike. That's where the concern is. If Maryville gets ahead, I think it'll be really hard to do that against the assassin team that would be behind, but that's what I'm watching out for. If kills are even, maybe just like our last series, right? Kills are even, but every single objective is going Maryville's way. That's where I could see Maryville doing some things where it's like, hold on here, what are we doing? But if they can get ahead early, I just don't see a way for LeBlanc or a Graves that gets behind in the jungle to really have any impact.
Yeah. Do we see them falter one at a time, or do we see the 2v2s? So that's, I think, the other question that we want to pose. How much team coordination is going to come out here? Do we see Maryville go full throttle, or are they only going like 60 when they could go 100? I mean, what exactly do we wish to see Maryville have in terms of the great start, perfect start against the squad? Or where do we see GVU actually bounce back? Because there are so many different win conditions, I feel like, as we are onto the Rift for game number 1.
I think for Maryville, to me, this really feels like, let's see what we could do in the bot side, right? If Draven can get ahead, I mean, everyone's seen a fed Draven, right? Especially if he starts cashing in on that passive, he's going to have a massive gold lead. I think for Maryville, that's really what I would expect him to be playing around. The other thing that I would maybe keep an eye on, we were talking about the Cassante in the top lane. If Castle has kind of already in GVU has this mindset of, hey, I want to put Zusty ahead, I want to put Minstar and Pluto ahead, and Strict Proctor gets kind of left on an island, I could maybe see Amazo saying, all right, let's just camp this Cassante. Maybe my other lanes fall a little bit behind. Maybe they trade even, but let's really try and put this Rumble super, super far ahead and make this Cassante feel the pain of kind of being that like forced to pick tank role. That's kind of what I'm looking for Maryville. Either a Draven pop off or a let's camp Cassante in the top lane and make his life an absolute miserable hellhole for 10 minutes.
We can see that all coming out here on the Rift, and even then, the poking for information, multiple wards already dropped around that Raptor's pit for Amazo. And Wallflower is just wondering how exactly they're going to work. Once again, Wallflower is Amazo. Get back is GFH, FG, FGH. I have to say all of that. It's the same as if you had like 7 O's in your name, right? You have to say every single one. But yes, we will be enjoying ourselves here and hopefully getting underway with some great games and hopefully entertaining lanes as well.
We do see both junglers start on that top side. I'm curious to see if either one will look to maybe make a play top side. There is a great ward already down for PCL. I mean, and you can kind of see already, right? Just look at the information difference for Maryville versus GVU. There's only 1 blue ward down on the other side of the river. There's 3 wards in the river and another one in Tri-Bush. Maryville knows wherever you're going already.
And you can already see, because they have that information, they're actually pushing very hard. Topside, PCL already forcing Strict Proctor out of lane. But we didn't even get a touch about that bot lane. Minstar and Pluto losing out in the information game already, and Zyko burning both summoner spells just to get a lane advantage. And I think this is very appropriate. This shows the experience, right? Zyko saying, hey, Sober needs a great laning phase, needs to start things up early, get those blades bouncing, also get that CS up. So many little things that we love to kind of keep track of will be very, very interesting as Castle looking for this top side, looking for a little bit of a reactionary gank, if we will, but is going to get the recall off.
And that's just going to put that Graves jungle now further behind, of course, having to recall. He's going to fall behind on that 6 clear camp start at the start. Maybe Maokai can now look for a play, that mid lane pushing very far forward here for Zusty. Going to jump in, maybe on the Jace.
Ooh, getting close. It's the temper at this point, and we know how much they like to fight. Zusty, though, happily going to trade back. But keep in mind, that is going to be Get Back having a couple more potions in the back pocket.
Also loses that deception passive for just a little bit, but so far I'm actually more impressed that Maryville for the most part has kind of just stuck to like, we want to win our lanes. They haven't really looked for the Maokai. I mean, PCL has been really pushing down Strict Proctor the whole time, but a great job by Strict. I mean, the CS nearly even, only just a few minions down since the wave collide, and I think so far GVU kind of has to be happy with the start. They're looking for something here though. Oh, he canceled it.
And I think this is proper. You don't know where Wallflower is currently sitting, so you can't really call down and say we want to hardcore fight. The Ignite and the Flash is still down on Zyko, But I mean, Sober's still pretty happy about the current situation. And now, the fact that they've actually given a little bit of time means that Amazo is on their way, but Wallflower might not get there. This is going to be a chance. That's going to be a quick ignite and a quick burn down. Very easy pick up there. Pluto getting chunked out on the bottom side as well. PCL, though, burning down Cassante. And that will be the trade. Kill granted to Castle on that bot lane. They're going to try and keep going, though. Wallflower, wanting to not make like a Wallflower, is going to get into the thick of things. But I mean, how much can they really get down there?
You're happy you get the 1 kill and you didn't give anything back to Trayfin, but now all of already GVU's comp has to be pulled into question here, Orbital, because top lane can't exist by himself. It's already 1-0 in favor of PCL. He's going to be able to continue to farm Strict Proctor, it looks like, very early on for some easy kills, and now what does Castle want to do? It looks like he's going mid.
Yes, he is actually falling behind the Maokai, so this is Wallflower not enjoying this fact. Drop down to about 100 HP, body block coming in from the likes of Get Back. But Strict Proctor, this is a dangerous spot. Great read there. Gonna shove, gonna punch, gonna kill. GVU getting a great head start here in the early game. Following it behind, Zyko gets taken out as well. Zusty picks up a kill and puts themselves at 1-0-1.
I mean, you asked me if we were going to see Maryville going to get that spot where they start getting ahead and they start doing some things that maybe are a little questionable, and they haven't even gotten ahead, right? I mean, look at Amazo roaming up right through mid, right in Zusty's face, taking a ton of poke damage, allowing Strict Proctor to make a very fantastic read. Then Zyko trying to rotate down, even though I don't think there was any intention for the Jace to try and fight. I mean, right now, this GVU, this is the best 5 minutes of League of Legends that they would have ever imagined playing in Game 1, I have to think.
Hopefully they can replicate it for the next 5. Dragon is on the board right now. All those fights happened after the initial bot side. Maybe we get to see a counter. Keep in mind, Minstar's exhaust is up. Keeping eyes on Sober and Happy, that's the big point. If this is going to be Scary Jerry getting some nasty pickups on that bot lane, it's going to be a problem. Remember, Draven's 1 kill and it's pretty much over. So that is the big one in question. Right now, though, it is Wallflower getting back in control of their own jungle side.
Yeah, and until you shut down the Draven, right, it's always a threat. If you get a kill on the Draven, you can cut down those passive stacks, then, okay, we're maybe going to allow Draven to, we can let him get a kill. But that's the thing we have to watch out for. Not only is it 51 CS for Sober, and this could be an issue for Strict, able to get out, every time you get to CS with those Dancing Blades, it's going to get a stack of the passive, and as long as he stays alive, as you said, 1 kill absolutely is going to ignite a wildfire bot lane. I think Minstar and Pluto have to be aware of that, but at the same time, they need to be aggressive because look at that CS difference already. It's almost 20. That's basically a free kill for Draven in terms of how much gold he has over Minstar.
And it's scary for the same fact that for the 3 kills early on, even the first blood, it is still, they didn't get first blood, I do apologize, but GVU 3-1, still even in gold. They are just about 300 up. You are hoping for a little bit more, even just the stark pressure that is being laid down bot. You can see the pings going out from GVU saying, we don't have control of the map right now. We have to be aware of this dragon being reached for. Not only that, Get Back, first one to arrive back in mid, so Zusty might be having just a few more moments away.
I don't think you could take this dragon. This is a great call by GVU, realizing, look, as you said, Zusty made it to lane second, so Get Back is going to be able to rotate in. This makes it a 4v3. A great job falling back, but this is a problem if they get caught out with Amazo right there.
Oh, Pluto does not have the dash up just yet. You're getting bounced back. There is the dash, follow through behind, and there's the execute. We called it. The danger of the follow-up all of a sudden. Scary Jerry looking scary.
Look at that 1 kill, and it went from even to a 700 gold lead for Maryville. Of course, I know Dragon stacked in there on top, but that was the one concern that we both had, and oh, this could be even more right here. Look at that 3,700 gold already for Sober.
You hate seeing it. Like, anyone that's played against a Draven is just like, I hate this. Like, this is their worst nightmare. But it's so good. And you can see here, Zusty now roaming down. Great sapling. This is exactly what we want. This is why Maokai's are so enjoyable. If you look at it, that's going to be a push back. Zyko properly buffering against the wall. Pluto doesn't really have a chance to follow up behind him. Minstar eats an axe. Oh my gosh. Scary Jerry just does not care. Look at that. Almost no mana and just dancing on top of him.
And he isn't even back with any of the gold he got from that kill. He's still, I think the observer shows 2,000 plus gold in Sober's pocket. Meanwhile, we are going to see GVU. They're trying top lane, but PCL's here and he's level 8.
This is a problem. Castle and Zusty, this feels a little bit desperate, and now they're going to try and chance in. Great chain landing. PCL caught up, is going to flash away, but the chain still roots. Red Carpet is out, but only secures his demise. But they are pulled off of Herald. You know what? You'll trade a single death, and I think you're going to lose it. Oh, no. They were able to juggle the aggro just in time, so you know what? You toss PCL away, get the Herald, now trying to run away for your life. Get Back is going to flash away from the change. Zusty is quite low, but Strict Proctor wants to keep this going. However, overall objective kept, so Maryville have advantage on macro.
Oh.
No. Oh, he cut it short. Oh, that feels so bad. Honestly, Scary Jerry having enough mana and waiting out of time to almost get a second kill with the Whirling Blades. Try to recall on top of Minstar and get the double damage right away. Doesn't get it. Now, this leaves them open to another gank. Great call in. Great zap. Great ignite. Pluto secures the kill. Assist over to Minster. Now, Scary Jerry has to run away. You have flash available. You don't want to lose it. Because of that, you're just going to try and juggle. Great knockout of the pull. Pluto not allowed to look for a second.
GVU is just so thankful. If that lands, I mean, this Draven is all over. I can't even wait to see what he comes back to lane with. But Strick's going to survive. This lane scares me, but I have to say, again, we came in this game saying GVU needs to kind of... This is a gut check, right? What can we do against Maryville? Where can we win? 5-2, yes, you're down gold. I think you have to be somewhat happy with this performance, right? They've been able to find kills. They've been able to make Maryville be a little bit more greedy than I think what they really want to. I think you have to be kind of happy with this result so far, Orbital. Now, going into the second Dragon, this is where you're kind of hoping to convert, well, I would say the gold, but they're down 1,000 despite the kills. This is where you're maybe trying to find Maryville off guard, but so far, I'm happy with what GVU has done in the first 11 minutes.
It's not what we were expecting, and I think that makes us very happy. So, taking a look here, as you said, great start to the game. Let's see if they can continue, as of course that great start has fallen off. They should still feel like they have a little bit of pressure in their back pocket. Now, of course, Minstar smells something fishy in the waters. Their vision went completely dark around that try, but you know what's also dark is that top side, kill for kill, blood for blood. A chance on this bot side now. We're switching between all different angles, but the root of the problems is in this bot lane. That will be Scary Jerry collecting their second. And you said it earlier, Fish, where will Maryville focus? Well, you know what? Might as well focus the winning lane.
Yeah, just put Scary Jerry even further ahead. We did see actually PCL go down. You can see based on the death, that's probably that death you were talking about, Orbital, where Maryville maybe goes. I mean, you look at the CS, it's 102 to 69. I think PCL probably thought maybe he could do a little bit more damage against that Cassante, but this Draven is going to be a problem.
Yes, it is. But the follow through in the mid lane. You know what's not a problem is a twisted tree in your way. Pluto getting the full-on supportal treatment. Zyko picks up their own kill against the support on the other side.
That was probably where GVU was looking to overextend, trying to get that kill on to the Jace. A great job, as you said, with the Twisted Advance following Zusty all the way down. Now with this Dragon up, this probably becomes Maryville's solution. Now I think the question becomes, Orbital, all right, you made it 11 minutes, you had a kill lead, that's now evaporated. Now it's a 4K gold difference for Maryville. What do you want GVU to do from here? Is it throw themselves at the problem? Is it find ways to try and catch up in farm, in the small things? What do you want to see from GVU for the next 8 or so minutes?
Me personally, I want to see blood go their way, even though it's a 50-50. Like, you don't have a choice. You called it earlier, and it lends itself to this do-or-die playstyle and composition. You said it earlier. You don't really have a choice when it comes to playing multiple assassins. You have to go in, and because of that, you put yourself in sticky situations like this. A single spinning axe will claim your life. That will be Scary Jerry's third 100 gold bounty per kill, if you will, on their head. Exhaust is going to do 9-0. One more axe should take it, just as the Exhaust times out. A follow through down behind, as that's a finisher. Scary Jerry saves their support's life. Follow through in the rest as TP's top laners join, and honestly, Strict wants nothing about that. The burn is just too good. PCL picks up a third, and would you know it, we went from a 700 gold lead to a 6,000 gold lead in under 2 minutes.
Scary Jerry has earned 8,000 gold this game. That's more than a third of GVU's total income. And this,
not just that, that was 4K above the lane opponent. What do we call that? I know 100 CS over your lane opponent is a Flame Heart. What's this called?
I think this is just called a sober and happy, right? Because you got to be pretty dang happy if you're 4,000 gold up on your lane opponent. I mean, we saw this coming, right? But this is what you called it. This is what you want to see from GVU. They're still trying to make plays, and that's what I think you can ask for them.
Well, there you go. Just keep playing, as we said. GVU just looking for a chance.
Oh.
That's almost a challenge, and PCL quickly chugs that refillable, saying, thank you very much. I will happily take that one. You know what? Ate a lot of pressure on that top side. Still has TP. Can TP right up to that top side as the rest of the team starts to flood around this upcoming Herald. I mean, they got the first one. They can look for the second. It can be all theirs. Everything going Maryville's way.
And now I think it just becomes how cleanly does Maryville finish out this game, right? I mean, it's 6,000 gold. I think it looks like team fights are going more and more their direction. You can see GVU barely missing that kill on PCL. Mistime Pike ult did not get the execute. Pluto's only level 6. Do you think he can survive 3 spinning axes right now at level 7 on Pike?
No. No, not really. I mean, depending if they're both thrown at the same time. I mean, with the ult, you're just dead. I'm sorry. You really got nothing behind it. I mean, it's 2 items into Scary Jerry's pocket. Strict Proctor now. I mean, you're not getting away. I'm so sorry. You get knocked back into the team. You are alone. The Strict Proctor is now going to be the one taught a lesson. The vines come out and, hey, you almost get away, but it's only temporary. That is going to be the 6th execution from the Executioner, bringing a 6-0-1 scoreline to the Draven.
Should be a free Rift Herald for Maryville. And this is where GVU's comp is going to fall apart. We talked about it. Your assassins are not able to assassinate anyone. I mean, the LeBlancs 1 and 2. Zussi probably has the best shot right now, and he doesn't even have a completed item, though he's very close to one. This objective bounty, if they're able to get it, should help, but they're just simply not going to have the damage to get through the Nautilus and through the Maokai, and even if they do, Sober and Happy's just going to be on the back line, just absolutely just farming up kills. But hey, good on them for keeping these their attempted assassination working.
Yeah, I like it. I like it, and would 100% agree. But right now, Pluto's just like, bruh, like, please leave me alone. Has to flash over the wall. Has to get away. Zyko's still looking for another kill, and the fact that we are dropping wards in the middle of the lane for GVU just shows the pressure Maryville currently has. They are just worried all over the place that Castle is going to get caught out, that someone's going to get caught out, and you have to watch every single point. You need all the information in the world. Maryville just are saying, you got to check every single corner. At this point, you have lost control of every part of your jungle. Even if the towers are still up, I'm sorry, you do not get to play in your own jungle. Maryville looking to steal away everything in the kitchen sink with an 8K lead.
And I like that, right? Even with the 8K lead, you could see who's the scariest person on the team. It's probably Castle at that 2-0-2 scoreline. Let's make sure we just starve him of resources. You can see 10,000 gold so far for Scary Jerry on this Draven. 6-0-1. Absolutely putting in a phenomenal performance that I think you and I were really just waiting to see when it would happen. And I think my kill number 7 might be here in the bag soon.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Strict looking to try and get over the wall, and not a chance in heck. Who do they give it to? Who steals away? Nah, it's still Scary Jerry going godlike here as the top lane will now be pushed.
And now I think the question becomes Orbital.
Oh, Castle. Castle was the last unkillable. You need that one for the Hunter stacks, I think, if you're trying to get the ultimates. Yeah, there it is. 5th stack coming in, if you will, if you're running that, I think, Ferocious tree, or the Hunting tree, of course. That'll be an 8th. I think Scary Jerry's going for 10, the perfect 10-0 record.
The only thing that stops him is his teammates at this point, right? I mean, we're seeing how much, I mean, no offense to GVU, we're seeing how much these axes are doing. And this is, I mean, again, I think now the question becomes, how does Maryville finish, right? We talked about it sometimes in the past. They have a history, 10K lead, results pretty much lined up. Maybe, you know, Scary Jerry starts trying to 1v9. I think that's kind of where we're standing right now. But I will say, again, coming into this game, if you freeze frame at the 11-minute mark, that's kind of that scratch record. Wait, how did we get here? How is GVU up 5-2 in kills right now? That is something that GVU could definitely hang their head on. They hung with Maryville for 10 minutes, which even some of the best teams in Collegiate cannot say they could do against Maryville at times.
It's one of the points that they are grouping up as a squad as well. We're not seeing the solo act, which I think you pointed out earlier, so very much appreciate it. Now we're testing the waters. Pluto survived 2, can't survive the 3rd. All right, you're right. You are right, Fish. Now let's see if this can be a get back's chance. That's gonna be a jump forward. Strix saying, hey, this is a possibility. Zyko though saying, nah, all the actions on this bot lane. Oh, and the knockback with the plant, delivering Minstar to the pocket of Scary Jerry, looking for another 11 kills in the bank.
I know we're talking and we're hyping up Scary Jerry for good reason, but shout out to Zyko and Amazo basically running around with him. He gets the double support treatment. I think Zyko's maybe missed one trench line all game, and as you pointed out, the fantastic knockback with the Twisted Advance, with the seed as well, getting the extra knockback because it is a Plague Soul. Really, this has been a team effort by Maryville to say, we're going to see how many kills Draven can get when he has a Nautilus and a Maokai basically pocketing him across the map.
It's one of those things that's like every ADC's perfect dream is everyone's playing to give you kills. You're just like, yes, please. I love this. I mean, when I pick Draven in my solo queue games, I get no treatment like this. I get 4-man dove. It's like I'm Faker all of a sudden, except without any skills or brain or hands. You know, it's great. My team doesn't care. That's also why I don't play ADC, everyone. Taking a look here, we are on soul point for MU. If they so decide, they can wait another lovely, I want to say like 5 minutes or so, 5.5. They can do whatever they want at this point. The world's their oyster.
At this rate, I mean, me personally, always been a fan of making sure everybody has at least one in the death column when I'm getting stomped out like this. So maybe if I'm GVU, I'm looking for a way to find at least Jess.
All right. Hold on. Is this by choice or by force? Because those are two totally different things. However, we might get that chance. This is a last-ditch effort play. Multiple TPs coming in. Zusty TP'd in behind lines. But look at this PCL joining in as well. Red carpet in the back line. A collapse in from the bottom side of River. But that will be Wallflower to gather one. Another will go down as Get Back gets their first kill of the game. I would like to point that out. Get Back's first kill of the game here at 21 minutes as the cleanup on the top side lends itself to a 3-0, and Maryville going to take the Baron.
Welcome to the game, Get Back, right? I mean, it is really hard to find kills when Draven is, as we pointed out, now 3-shotting most of the game. Baron in hand, and
Oh no, that was the one chance I think GVU had to get the. Oh my gosh. Okay, almost a second. No, this is Scary Jerry still playing, looking like they're playing on a nice edge, but straight up Houdini on that tightrope.
I mean, like I said, that the fish philosophy when I'm in a game like this. Orbital, everybody, I'm trying by force, making sure everybody on that enemy team has a death. So I appreciate GVU saying, look, we're going to try everything we got. Perfect stopwatch by Scary Jerry. You just say, look, hats off to him. I don't know if he's going to give you another opportunity to do that. Maybe you look at the Jace, maybe try and snipe out, Get Back if you could find a way onto that Jace. But I like the fact that GVU's still trying. They're living by that, the assassin comp. They've already died by it, but, you know, find a kill there, find a kill here or there. At least get something to, you know, put on your mantle before game 2.
Well, then let's pose the question here. Who loses their bounty first on the side of MU? There are 4 bounties currently available. Who loses it before? Or their 5th option is no one dies from here till the end of the game for MU. Come on, let's hear it, Fish.
Oh, you put me on a tough spot here.
Oh, heck yeah, I am.
Oh, I'm going to go with PCL. We've already seen him die to a tower. I think he gets too aggressive. That's my guess right there. I'm getting PCL. Let's see if he can get his bounty taken out. That's my thought. What about you, Orbital?
Oh, I'm 100% saying Scary Jerry. Like, there's no way that you go 11-0-3 and don't get a big ego from this. You're playing from... Okay, never mind. I lied. You have GA. I don't even get to call that. We are taking a look at what could be the end of the game. That'll be another axe to add to the board. 12-0-3 for Scary Jerry. Following under the tower, it's going to be Wallflower. We didn't even get to understand it. You dive the fountain. You lose your bounty. We both lose, but the team wins. MU looking to try and close it out. Zyko and Scary Jerry are straight up 2v5ing. There is no chance in the world that they don't win. A follow-up with the kill. The axe follows, and death soon as well. 2 towers do remain, as it is fountain farming with the best of them. That is ridiculous. Pluto, a single red carpet, denies everyone. Another clone comes out as Zusty is just like, this this hurts. Down goes Zyko as game number 1, under 25 minutes, goes the way of Maryville University in a fashion that feels all too familiar.
Hey, look at that. Hey, I'm glad PCO went down. I'll count that for a little bit, even though he was not the first one. As you said, the game does end. But again, we came into this game with an understanding this is probably the outcome. Apologies in advance, GVU. Maryville is that team. But I think, again, before this game got out of hand and before shenanigans started, you had to be happy with GVU that, look, this comp, like, it worked for 10 minutes. We were 5-2. We were making great plays. I think maybe if that Cassante is something else in the top lane, I think maybe this is even 13, 14 minutes before this game falls apart. That Cassante was just being basically farm fodder for PCO. I think that's exactly, if you're GVU, what you have to take away from this game. Everything else, we knew the result. I like the fact that for 10 minutes, you held your own against Maryville and even had a kill lead. And then we saw what happened as soon as Draven got one kill, which you and I were basically waiting for.
I think that's true. Again, small steps. We will say that every single time, and small steps forward are good steps. Unless you're walking backwards, unless we see a complete downfall in game 2, then we'll have some questions. But right now, we are going to get a game number 2. Please don't go anywhere. The NECC will continue to be here in just a bit with our second series of the night. Don't go anywhere.
Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. And in I want real love, real high.
thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just nights. Up all I'm thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life? This love could be deeper, just sinking. Will you love me? Clicking scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Addicted to you. Clicking scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside.
ghost inside my head.
And we are back ready to go with our another game here. Game number 2 coming in between MU as well as GVU. And honestly, this could be the final nail in the coffin. Maryville looking as strong as ever without a hint of slowing down. And for GVU, they got to find a way out of this. They got to figure out a way to take control of the early game or figure out a way to stall out towards the late, which again, I say that's easy on paper and everything like that. I mean, this is going to be a tough hill.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough approach for GVU. I mean, not only, as you said, you have to keep it close in the early game, you have to find a way to sustain and win team fights in the late game. Just a mental factor, right? I mean, if you've ever been in a best of 3 series and you get boomed in game 1, you're kind of like, gotta go back out there and do it again. And I've got to make sure I don't just kind of like, throw it in and throw the towel and say, all right, we'll just go through the motions, 20 minutes, we'll get out of here. So I think that's a very important thing to see for GVU if they come in this game invigorated and let's say, let's find a way, let's do something. I do think, look, we tried the assassin comp, it didn't work. It went as expected. I'd love to see them try and slow the game down now and see, okay, how does our macro work against Maryville? Can we stay up in CS? Can we stay even? That's kind of that next test I want to see is, all right, we tried the all-out kill comp. We didn't think it was going to work. We had some success. I want to see them slow this game down Orbital. I don't know about you, but I want them to say, let's try and go as best we can, pound for pound against Maryville and see how long we last that way. That'll be a really good measuring test of where you are in this Legends division on how long you could stay up in farm and objectives with the Maryville.
Yeah, and to kind of put another topper on that one, they have opted to actually go onto the red side. GVU opting for the red side, counterpick across their board. If you were to give counterpick somewhere, where would you actually put it to try and get the best in terms of macro control over the laning phase? I mean, there are quite a few that you could go for.
I think the first thing that depends is if you think Maryville's going to go the Draven. I think maybe bot lane, as weird as it would be, is because we saw this game was over when Draven got picked, right? So I think you want to make sure you don't pick a lane that walks into Draven. I don't think that'll be the call, but I think that would be an unorthodox approach. I would really honestly have to say mid lane. I know top lane was kind of an issue, but as we kind of looked in, it is actually a substitute top laner, a support main playing for GVU, which, I mean, going against a PCL, you're going to have issues in that top lane if you're not a top main. So I think in mid. The LeBlanc pick was very interesting. I don't think it worked nearly as well as they want. So that's where I'm saying I say counter pick mid. But part of me says, like, maybe we bait in a Draven and we have a Draven killer comp. Maybe, but I don't think that'll be the case.
Well, taking a look there, it is going to be a chance at the mid lane, and I got to agree with you. It might be a chance. Granted, on the top side, Strict Proctor did try their best, and hey, maybe you give, maybe they played it safe in game 1. Who knows? I don't know. We'll see what happens. The other option is that jungle. We do have to give credit over to Castle. Castle, for a majority share of the game, was 2-0-2. Very, very strong in terms of keeping themselves alive, and I knew Castle all the way back from ways back. I've watched him play quite a bit, and it's been a lot of fun. He's a strong player. The problem, of course, is translating some of those smaller wins into vaster, more team-wide wins as well. Would you almost give counterpick to the jungle and play through a hypercarry style there?
My only problem with that, and I do think it's a good idea, is Wallflower, as we saw, absolutely insane. You pull up the OPGG, you look at those KDAs in Challenger, they're very orange and very large. Like, there's a lot of numbers that I'm like, that shouldn't be allowed if he was in bronze and he's doing it in Challenger. I'm like, how do you even counterpick someone who's averaging 6 KDAs in 1800 Challenger? Like, how do you even counterpick that? He can't even be counterpicked by some of the best players in League of Legends. So that would be my only reason to argue against that Orbitals. The man feels uncounterpickable at this point for the side of Maryville. But I can see where you're coming from, though. I do think mid or jungle would be my absolute dead choices. I will say, though, very small win. If you're Zusty, you get a little fist bump that your LeBlanc was first banned by Maryville. That, means something to your pride, I think.
I would agree on that one. Just okay, we see it here. Granted, though, we are seeing drastically different drafts come out here. PCL going for that ever so lovely Aatrox, and that was, I believe, blind picked there. For those wondering, we are seeing a little bit of a shift. We also get prior knowledge to a lot of this, and I like it. So seeing a little bit of a shakeup here, the Urgot coming in to try and fight against, and now we're seeing a more head-on collision between the two. That is going to be Wallflower on that rail, newly minted into that jungle role as well.
I'm curious about the fact that it looks like that Urgot was actually the counter pick for Grandview. I think both of us probably agree top lane was the last spot we expected to see that pick come through. So very interesting to see what Strict Proctor has in store. Maybe has something up their sleeve. Maybe they've seen something. I do like that Zusty is on a champion that they're a little bit more comfortable with. I do like the fact that Draven not played, maybe giving a little bit more hope to GVU that they don't have to worry about Scary Jerry absolutely dominating them. The Sivir, a very interesting pick here as well, kind of that like go comp, if you will, where they're just going to try and Sivir ult and run you down. I think Maryville's got to be, GVU, excuse me. I think GVU's got to be pretty happy with how this draft ended up if their goal is to kind of see how long they can go toe-to-toe with Maryville.
It's also a great stall comp. You take a look down GVU's side, they have so much disengage and just stay away from me abilities. You're looking at the Poppy, which is, I want to say, one of the best disengagers in Castle. It's one of the mainstays, I think, in his pocket. He tends to play it very aggressively. He loves to get up in your face. He loves to try and get a lot of early game damage down. And then Zusty is on a champion that can very well turn the tide. You take a look on the other side. These are all great ultimates to grab, right? Weaver's Wall, you can cut off multiple members. Yes, they can hop over, but it's enough to section them off. You grab a Braum ult, you can fissure everyone, you can keep them in place. You grab a PCL ult, you grab the Aatrox ult, all of a sudden you're still more than unkillable. There are so many juicy pieces where if GVU are able to stay alive, as you said in the early game, we could see some nasty mid-game fights.
I think maybe an underrated one to keep an eye on, Orbital, is potential the Sivir ult, right? If you see Scary Jerry pop it, just pop it yourself. Get your team out of there. Let's reposition for a better fight. I think there's a lot of really powerful picks that Silas has. And again, it's something that Zusty seems to be playing quite a bit. So I like this for GVU. I like this. I think, again, the only thing that I really am sitting on is we talked about mid. We talked about jungle. We talked about bot. I think top was the last spot that you're going to say, okay, you pick red side to try and counter pick PCL. Unless it was more of not a counter pick and more of a pick that I feel the absolute most comfortable on, because part of the reason game one did snowball outside of Draven getting a kill and absolutely popping off is that PCO basically could just solo farm Strict Proctor. Even when they bought a jungler up, it turned into a 2v1. They barely were still able to survive. I think even PCO getting away. So that's that one hesitant where I'm like, really, was your best pick counter picking top? Unless the counter pick was, let's just try and find a champion that you could stay alive on.
Yeah, it's the question that we posed before, and now we get to also kind of wind through it. We're sitting there going, hey, is that going to be a problem once again? And I think that comes down a lot in the draft as well. It's just like, those are one of the things that we as casters always have to look for. That R5 pickup, is it a major role play? It doesn't play a major role, right? Is it actually as impactful as we assume? For those that are not too sure and maybe tuning in to one of the best teams here in Collegiate, it's an idea that that last pick, it holds so much presence. I think the first pick and then the last pick of the draft always have that essence of these have to be big. If they're not big, they're weak, and we don't want weak picks. I've even seen some teams draft supports in that role, right? You go ahead, I think there was an age of just support picks, just, all right, we got to counter the support, we got to have fun. So do agree. Now, if that Urgot is paired with the Poppy, though, that's going to be a lot of fun, too. Hey, all of a sudden, you got the pinners, you got all these groups just like, hey, we're going to push that top side. PCL is not going to have a good time.
Again, maybe that was the goal, right? Maybe the idea was, because if you look across the map, mid lane, to be fair to GVU, mid lane was very even last game. Neither LeBlanc nor the Jace were really finding much success. Really, we saw Jace did get a kill for 20 minutes. So, it's not like there was kills being exchanged. With the Draven taken off that board, that bot lane loses a lot of agency because it's no longer, okay, Scary Terry gets one kill and it's over. So I do like the fact, as you said, maybe all this focus is let's go top. We believe everybody else can kind of trade even or evenly CS as best they can. So maybe you're right. Maybe that is the logic for GVU here. And I'm very curious to see how this game goes. I really do think this comp kind of hits the checkbox that I was looking at. All right, let's not play crazy aggressive. Let's just see how well we can do with Maryville in this macro, in the micro. Where's dragon fights going? I think that's really my first barometer for this game, Orbital, is how does that first dragon unfold for both teams? That'll tell me a lot of, is GVU going to have a chance to maybe make this game interesting, or is Maryville going to run away with it once again?
Alrighty, well, the test points have been laid out across the map. Dragon, Herald, maybe a couple Scuttles. We're not too sure. We'll point them out as we go along. Gotta agree with you. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see where things pop off, and if Get Back can get more than just one kill in the first 20 minutes. I mean that's mean to say. There were kill steals all the way across the board. We saw 5 assists in there as well, so they were definitely having a lot of fun. Keep an eyes now. We get to ask the also fun question of where does first blood come from? PCL had it last time in a solo kill in the top lane right before bot lane got very much out of control for the start. Where do you think the kills will go this time at the start?
I think it's 6 top lane. I mean, you've convinced me that this Poppy Urgot was intentional from the side of GVU. I think the question is, does Maryville read that? And then basically we get double jungle bot lane start. Let's meet up. Let's kind of have this 2v2 shenanigans. Because again, PCL probably not going to be able to push as much into that Urgot. So I think it's still top lane. I think Maryville's going to try and set up something. I think GVU also has plans of their own. I think we're going to get a crazy skirmish top side of the map. What about you, though? Where do you see anywhere else maybe we get something?
I just want my mid lane to blow up. I'm a mid lane player on my own. I don't care if you're having like the weakest players in the world, or not weakest players, the weakest champions, right? Like Silas is a good 1v1 champion. We understand that. Talia, I mean, can be, but you don't normally see it, right? So as much as I want to say, hey, please go ahead and do it, I want to see my mid lane pop off. But we'll go ahead and take a look into the game. We go game number 2. GVU looking for a win, and it looks like they're already getting a chance. Strict Proctor not really keeping eyes right there. Said, oh crap, that's not what we want. GVU, of course, is going to be on that red side. Maryville on that blue. So the early invade for Maryville telling a few signs.
Do like the fact that Strict Proctor gets out, doesn't have to blow the flash, doesn't have to use anything too crazy, so at the end of the day, only gives up a little bit of vision. And now I like what GVU's doing here. There's no vision down there. Of course, they don't know that the jungler, also Wallflower, is not down there, but maybe setting up for a potential steal here. I don't think, Maryville's not going to check this. So I like this from GVU. They said, okay, you met an early top invade. You probably haven't set up on your red buff. I like this play from GVU because Maryville has no idea.
Well, Scary Jerry might. Okay, drops a ward, says, I don't see anyone. Let's see if the pings go down. Let's see if it's identified. So walking over the ward, it should be identified already that, hey, they're coming from an odd angle. It should be that red buff is already taken. And we'll have to watch where Wallflower goes. Level 1, though, Braum is quite strong. They're looking to get some chunk damage down, and the fragments drop Minstar quite low. Zyko, realizing that this is a problem, takes a couple Ignite shots. Gonna be a punch with the shield onto Scary Jerry, but Zyko eating a lot at the start here.
I don't know if they really needed Castle to follow in. I get that they maybe were trying to have Maryville overextend, but yeah, there was no notice. I don't think a ping went out until they walked over that ward. That's a great start for GVU. Potentially you look for Castle to maybe go for the triple buff start here. There is a ward down, so I'm curious if we do see Wallflower maybe try and start some vertical jungling, which they actually don't. I would have liked to see vertical jungling Audible just because it cuts off that Urgot Poppy that we were hyping up. So very interesting. Castle's going to have a pretty massive lead here once he's able to get through all these camps.
Of course, that is if Wallflowers, stay silent, if we will. Already looking to that mid lane, and I think this is what the right call is going to be. Zusty caught out, realizes that they may have jumped in a little bit too early. Now going to have to take a chance whether you fight Get Back or you take a chance at running away. You do have TP if you can get away, which is great. However, they will leave it alone. That will be Wallflower saying, I can't fight this Castle, though. Gonna flash forward, gets the pin, and they'll take the kill. Once again, the aggression coming out from GVU at the start.
Absolutely fantastic play. Curious why Maryville left Zusty just all alone there, because, I mean, they could have easily hunted Zusty down, probably picked up a kill, or at least blown the teleport. Very, very interesting for Maryville to kind of leave that free first blood sitting in the bushes.
Oh, man. This is This is going to be a fun start, I think. I'm going to very much enjoy this. PCL actually joining in once again, throws down the hammer, says, hey, you did this to me last time. I'll do this to you this time. However, GVU quicker on the rotates. That's still a 1v3 with PCL taking the dub. The stones will not slow them down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And now on the bot lane, MU saying, give us that chance. We know that you don't have any pressure from your jungler. It is free to get a plate.
Just a matter of inches, and Castle gets that stun onto PCL, probably makes it out alive. Probably now we have a 2-0 lead, but again, the problem is, even without the Draven, I know the Sivir's not going to be as scary, but those boomerangs will start hurting. 31 CS already to 18. Already picked up a plate, though they did share the gold, did Scary Jerry. So now, again, it's this problem of this ADC is potentially going to run rampant for Maryville, and we've already seen how that story goes. Again, I think maybe you can survive a couple more boomerangs than you could Draven axes, but that's still not what GVU wants because they're winning on other spots of the map, but it's that ADC that's once again the ultimate problem.
And the thing is they're also going to have to fight face-to-face. You take a look at what Minstar is currently running. You're looking at that attack speed build. You are going to have to get in their face. And late game, yes, you have a little bit of burst, but I think, honestly, Scary Jerry, the Sivir will always have a lot more extended damage. On the top side, though, we are seeing a challenge. Strict Proctor getting inside a tower range only takes one tower shot. But with double bust, PCL is not allowed a chance. You can see Castle now saying, I've identified that as well. We need to use this double buff control as quickly as possible. However, Pluto walking up has given away information. Zusty steps up and is now shoved under tower, so we're seeing a two-pronged battle, maybe one not on their own volition. Wallflower gets found, is going to jump to safety towards the wall, and is actually going to turn it around. The jump from MU says, ha, we win this duel. Down goes Strict Proctor.
Fortunately for GVU, just trying to take too many separate fights there, Orbital, as you said. Strict Proctor gets forced to walk through the tower. They're going to try and get one back on the get back.
Oh, get back has to run away. The shove doesn't come in. The stones went the opposite direction. And you know what? It's a 1-for-1. With those kills, though, they still can't get Dragon. So it's still kills for kills' sake.
And this is kind of what we saw in the first game, right, Orbital, where even though GVU, we talked about this afterwards, even though GVU's getting these kills, which they might lose a couple here, actually. Hold on.
Oh, Minstar. Minstar has both summoners up, so I mean, I think you're okay.
I'm more worried about Strict Proctor.
Yep, that's the other side of it, but I mean, we can see what's going on here. This should be quite fun. That's going to be the Fear Beyond Death rolling through, and look at that. Double buzz. The second time it's been handed back to Strict Proctor. That is a transfer and a half right there.
The buff transfer complete if you're GVU. But as I was saying, Orbital, this feels like game one, right? They're getting kills, and yes, they're winning, and this time they're at least up in gold, but they're just kind of making the most of bad situations, right? They're getting kills when Get Back kind of gets caught overextending. They're getting kills when PCL is almost attempting to proxy on Aatrox into this Urgot. Their one urgency play that we saw, they actually lost Strict Proctor on top of a great play by Maryville. So I want to see GVU find a way to be the aggressor and get a kill, not get a kill on the back of a Maryville misstep or a Maryville over-aggression. So do see First Dragon going over to Maryville really uncontested.
Wallflower even was happy enough to let the dragon sit on 1 HP for a good 3 seconds. Was like, I don't have to fully take this. No worries there. They are in control. Only down about 400 gold. And, I mean, that 400, honestly, not too much of a worry. They're going to be prancing about, still putting their best foot forward. And it is about those junglers. Where do they want to go next? You can see level 6 and 7s being hit by most of the solo lanes. Junglers will be soon to follow. And that's where I think we're going to see a lot of fights kick off, whether in the solos or not. Zusty still just trying to clear that wave.
And I think that mid lane battle, especially with the Weaver's Wall being stolen by Zusty, is going to be interesting. Is it they both Weaver Wall to separate locations? Will it be one of them's going to Weaver Wall and the other one just goes to follow? I'm very curious to see who kind of ults first in that mid lane and how those ults are going to be used. That's going to be telling, because here comes the first one.
Yes, there is. The wall doesn't reach all the way. I think Zusty thought it might have, but level 1 wall is actually very short.
Did get hit with the question mark ping there from Scary Jerry. Kind of curious what was going on. So one whiff there for the Silas, and that's another global objective. Just going to go right over to MU. Let's Castle. No, not going to get. Maybe they're letting this. They kind of want this to be a battle.
They could try, but it's a late flash in. Castle did not grab that one. But MU do not actually want this fight. Flashing away from the chain, saying we can't take that chance. We don't have control as much as we would like. Good collapse in by GVU, but they still lose the objective.
And of course, the flash being blown by Castle, not as punishing with the Hex Flash available. Still going to have some mobility on that Poppy, but it really feels like Wallflower really wants like a smite battle to kind of liven things up. That's the second time he's left an objective, just kind of sit there for a little while, kind of milking it. So gonna be interesting to see if maybe Castle's able to get one from out under his nose here. Maybe the second dragon spawn, maybe the Rifter, maybe even a Baron later on. Kind of asking for it.
Oh, well, you know, Strict Proctor looks like he was asking for a fight on the top side. PCL goes straight God mode, and a flash away from the Fear Beyond Death means Strict has got to run. PCL not really going to join in and follow through, instead opting to clear the wave and gain control that way.
Yeah, no wards down for PCL, makes more of the calculated decision. I think with our information orbital, we knew that was a dead Urgot, but meanwhile, Zusty looking for something.
Oh, great grab, looking for some more chunk damage, and that's a jump forward, looking like the King Slayer slays the Weaver, and that's a GG. Now, that is get back 0, 3, and 0. Well done there. Follow through under the wall, though. That's a flash knock up, and Zyko's in the wall, but Castle knocks away the jungler. This is danger for MU. That is Scary Jerry running for their life. Has Glance, has Flash, should be able to get away, but a follow through in from Wallflower saying, I'm going to save you. TP in as well. This is going to be a reaction from MU, and a heavy one at that. Stones being flung, Castle being knocked down. The Demolitioner has arrived, and a trade of 1 for 2.
Oh, it went from so good to so bad for GVU. Probably as soon as that Sivir ult is popped, especially once you know that Wallflower is going to come back from that Poppy in just a moment. And here comes the Weaver's Wall.
Oh, man. From bot to mid and back again. It's a shutdown over to Zyko, but you know what? You'll take it. Support's got to have a little bit of love, too.
Hey, the supports have to put their bodies on the line every single time the ADC wants to walk in. So Zyko does, especially after the game Zyko had in game 1, where I'm going to say maybe he was the actual MVP, setting up Scary Jerry for every single one of those kills. So I like it, but it really does feel like GVU, this is kind of the same place they lost steam last time, Orbital.
Yes, and I mean, I think we're seeing it here again. Castle getting caught out here. You may not be as strong as you think. Thankfully, you're able to jump away, but Zyko still lives as well. A return Glacial Fissure will allow Zussi to get somewhat in range, but with the cooldown on the abilities, you can't really follow up with any extra damage.
And I feel like GVU has somewhat fallen back into, we want to play like it's game 1, but we don't have the comp to play like it's game 1, because they're throwing themselves, trying to look for kills, trying to find ways to kind of get back in this game. But I mean, before that bot lane play, the gold, I think, was only 300-400 difference in favor of MU. So it really does feel like GVU kind of got out of their way they wanted to play this game, which was let's try and farm, let's try and set up for objectives. This next dragon is spawning very soon. This feels like the tipping point for me, Orbital. If GVU can hold their own here, maybe even steal it away with how Wallflower has been kind of playing with danger, I think they have a shot. But if they get collapsed on bot, it might be all over for the game and the series.
Minstar needs to try and get away. You do have the Chain of Corruptions, which does land, but everyone jumping forward. Good flash away from the final tick means that Wallflower is under a little bit of damage. In comes the hammer. Who do you knock away? You knock away both. This is the jungler now sectioned alone. No flash in their pocket. Smite is up, and they're going to try and stay alive for as long as possible, but Zusty is down as well. These roams are doing work. Wallflower, you're not going to get away from this. I am sorry, but you are dead. 4 players in this bot lane secure a kill, and they're looking for their objective.
See if they want to go onto this dragon. Should be theirs for the taking. It looks like Maryville is just going to accept that. We do have Get Back roaming top. No Weaver's Wall quite yet. And I guess with the back from Strict Proctor, actually going to opt to reset. Maybe thought they'd try and get PCL a kill up in that top side, but I think PCL's been doing just fine on his own.
I mean, PCL is PCL, right? I don't think you can say anything else about it. You're not going to sit there and go, this is you know, out of the ordinary. It's PCL. PCL's having a blast. So the main thing that we're looking at is GVU as well. Every time you take something, you're going to lose something on the other side. Namely, right now, CS differentials. You were talking about it before. However, their gambles are working so much better this game. It is still even, only about 1,000 down, and yet they have some objectives in their pocket. You were talking about, is it better? Is this where they fall off? You know what? They're already doing better than game one.
Yeah, they stabilized quite well. I thought that bot lane play was kind of where things were going to fall apart. We are going to see Scary Jerry pick up a tower to their name and get potentially this last plate. There's still 8 seconds left on plating. Should be able to get it. They will, and get that first tower gold. This is where I think the Sivir is going to start to come online. You see the 30 CS lead. Probably not as much gold as that Draven game, but definitely very far ahead. But yeah, I'm agree with you. GVU playing absolutely lights out, and this Urgot pick, well, it isn't, blowing us away like you maybe expect from an R5. 10 CS difference plus a wave crashing in, so maybe only going to be like 5 or 6 minions difference between PCL and Strict Proctor. After how game 1 went on the Gasante Rumble, I think you take that for GVU. You're happy where the game state is right now in most of your lanes, probably outside of bot lane where the CS difference is going to be very noteworthy here soon.
And I think this is the call as well. MU also realizes one of their times to strike. Chain of Corruption comes out, but Zusty is still going to live just by a hair's breadth. And really, the ults are not to get the kills. Instead, it is keeping their mid laner alive, who does not have Flash. And currently, with that out, it is going to be Herald granted Maryville's way.
There isn't nearly a TP here from Zusty if they want to try and at least maybe set up a counterplay, but it looks like they have no interest in that. They're just simply going to hand the Herald over. Again, happy that everybody survived. You got quite a few ults out of that. If you are GVU, you've got to be very happy with how this game is going. And I'm very happy to see they've slowed it down. They had like that 2-minute moment where they were kind of trying for all these assassinations, but Strict Proctor, my man, there's no wards and you're in danger.
I mean, you can try and walk this out, but I don't think you want to walk it out. Flashing under the tower at low HP, though. The boomerangs hurt way too much. A final shot of the Kraken Slayer will take it. PCL, though, getting the same treatment on this bot side, and because of that it will be Pluto to survive.
Only difference, unfortunately, GVU has no minions, and MU had not only minions, but also a Herald to push in that lane. That's the only difference with those two top laners going down. So much more gained on the map for MU, potentially even going to find a tier 2 top tower. At least a charge will come out from the Rift Herald as well. And yeah, that's going to be a pair of towers taken down for MU.
And now we're starting to see a little bit of that crumble. Castle running in on an already dead tower, and with no backup, will grant a 3rd kill on their name over to MU's side. Zusty will get the tower, which has at least some gold back, but it's still, the pressure is now wide open on that top side.
I'm curious to see what MU wants to do with this, if this is going to be a PCL angle and try and just push, because Strict Proctor has been doing a good job keeping that 1v1 very close, or if that was just, let's get some gold, now we can maybe just, let's put PCL on the bot side, able to push on that one. I really want to see what MU wants to do with those 2 towers they're taking, if they're going to find a way to take advantage of it, because as you said, now we're starting to see the cracks in GVU, making these kind of plays that separate you from Maryville, charging in on a tower, as you mentioned. Because right now, this game feels like we're still very much in the balance, as much as you could be in the balance when Maryville is playing you, Orbital. There's still hope for GVU in this game, as long as they can make sure they don't make any over-aggressive plays here and throw away their lives.
It's that spear encroaching on your throat, pretty much. You have the shield up, but a single move, that spear is getting sharper and sharper. So they have the right idea, again. And as you said, they're making the right moves. It's just, I mean, the early game went about as well as they thought. Right now, though, you are looking at Wallflower. Wallflower, I mean, 0, 1, and 5. Still trying to build out some of those items, actually going for what looks like that Thornmail as quickly as possible in the second item component. But this is a chance. It's going to be a jump forward, and yet it will be get back to get out before this upcoming Drake. However, that Weaver's Wall will be down. Scary Jerry, though, saying, hey, we might have lost the wall. We're going to take down a tower instead.
Unfortunately for GVU, they used the teleport there as well from Strict Proctor, so now there's really not an answer. The teleport here from Zusty, they want to kill here. They need to fight.
That's going to be a knockout. Out goes the Braum, and that leaves Wallflower all alone. Out comes the ult, the Magnus Storm to draw him out. But look at Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry straight up 1v2ing, flashes away, and survives. Cal is on the menu as down goes 2. Pluto is sent to orbit as Zusty's trying to at least grab 1. It will not happen as Maryville take the fight. The deaths are wide and far, but the HP bars are low. That's going to be over the wall. Do you get there in time? Yes, you do. You're at least able to take one in that seed, but still, it's only a consolation prize.
I have no idea how the only kill Maryville gave up was a Hex Flash over the wall because Wallflower got a little bit too aggressive. It was set up perfectly for GVU. They needed that play to go right. They expended a teleport from Zusty to get behind back lines, but they just did not have the damage. And as you pointed out, it's Scary Jerry all over again, right? It's not the Draven. They're not one-shotting people, but the absolute insane ADC play, 1v2ing, couldn't even be touched, buying time for PCL to rotate down, who was just content pushing top lane. This is the Maryville we expected. Orbital, as we said in the open, the question is, when do they show up? And the answer was about 18 minutes.
At least it's not too heavy-handed. Yes, the objective bounties are up, but the fact that you're able to claim a bounty should feel pretty good. 2 dragons to 1 right now in GVU's pocket. Baron will be up in about 30 seconds. And with that thought, we sit here wondering how quickly will MU take that one, because as you take a look, the gold is swinging in their favor by a heavy hand. It's only a matter of time. Zyko, though, saying, hey, let's go ahead and have some fun. A challenge in the mid lane. Wall this time sections off a lot, but the absolute sniper, a Strict Proctor, grabs the life of Get Back. Get Back is now down. Now Zyko's going to get taken quite low. Castle getting burned as well, as this is the shred that we were talking about. Scary Jerry says, thank you very much. I will take more kills. The Kraken Slayer doing so much work, burning through those tanks, but Strict is able to trade it back. A 3 for 3 is more than what they could probably ask for, but this is going to turn into a 3 for 4. Strict Proctor, you're hitting a little bit of a thorny vest. That will be Wallflower to take that final kill.
I'm blown away that GVU was able to answer that. As soon as that Weaver wall went out and caught Minstar on the wrong side, oh, PCL might actually kill Minstar here to end this fight.
Yeah, this is, nope. That's going to be the destructive force of that auto attack. Again, Minstar does have some damage in the back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was a 1v2, really a 1v3 if you count the turret against PCL. Had the damage, but again, the fact the Weaver wall goes out, Minstar gets caught out on the wrong side. Never mind, they just want to keep fighting.
No, this is that point where they are just saying, let's see what we can find, and also just keep, I think, the rest of Wallflower and Zyko out on the map as well.
I will say this Silas pick might be what they need to at least slow down Scary Jerry. I thought Scary Jerry was about to go Insano mode. They're absolutely cutting it out, but the hijack on the Magnet Storm, Zusty able to do just enough damage for Strict Proctor to finish off this Sivir. They have the comp. They just got to stay alive is the problem.
Oh, Pluto dancing a little bit too close to death, and now you're in trouble. That Braum Ball doing so much work. TP coming in from PCL, and I mean, might just look for a 1v1 on the top side, but Baron is really their call.
And this should be absolutely melted here by Scary Jerry. I think the question now becomes is, does Wallflower play it a little risky with the smite, or do they just slam the door shut? Also having the fissure for Zusty. Not the greatest contest ult. Unfortunately, the Magnet Storm is still on that hijack cooldown, so I think the right play here for GVU to just give this one up, but now they're about to get flanked.
And they actually, Castle went to go grab a camp and actually left it uncontested, and then thought about it and said, hey, maybe we can get the tower. Unfortunately, that now gives time for the rest of MU to actually corral the rest of GVU into a hole. You can see the stuns coming in. Zyko allowing the rest of the team. Magnet Storm now grabs 3, and it's an offensive one to boot. Strict Proctor running for their life, down to about 50 HP. You can see PCL as well as Wallflower saying, give us more. Give us the kills. Their HP bars are quite low. But it looks like, I mean, this should be the chance. A Boomerang will take their life. And then the buffed up Chemtech plants will put PCL right in the middle. A great slow from the Everfrost will keep them alone. But the flash over the wall says hello. You'll sacrifice your life any time of the day. 4 for 1 for Maryville University.
That fight had a potential to go so much differently. I wish we had a chance to take a look at the replay, but when Castle Hex flashes over that wall by the chickens, barely did Scary Jerry read that and get out of range for being stunned on the wall, and unfortunately Castle had to settle for stunning Zyko, and at that point, if you're stunning a Braun, you're gonna just kind of get burned down. That's exactly what happened. But if that stun is somehow able to land onto the Sivir, I think GVU had a chance in that fight, because once Scary Jerry is left alone, that damage shred of the Sivir, you can see there 9, 2, and 7 already has 3.5 items complete. I really think this is the second time where Castle's inches away from changing the outcome of a fight, just barely misses it. And after that, Orbitals, we saw they just going to run you down thanks to, shout out the Chemdrick buffed plant there for getting PCL in range. But I really think that fight could have gone differently if Castle is just a smidge quicker on that Hex Flash.
We'll see if they can do it. They have plenty of time left, and this time it's not a Hextech, it's a straight-up flash. Dragon is coming up here in 30 seconds. The war is completely dominated by MU. And I mean, they'll leave 1 or 2 behind, but GVU, they're actually using their teleport in safety in the mid lane, just ensuring that all 5 members are together, which, in my opinion, is quite interesting. You have this composition that's just like, we need to get something, expending 2 teleports for a single mid lane tower, and now you leave your bot lane in flank position. Keep in mind, that's where Strict Proctor teleported away from. MU just saying, okay, we'll take and push the wave.
Yeah, this sets them up in a very weird spot. They don't have really any vision. That one blue orb they're able to put down does get immediately canceled out. They're basically walking in blind right now.
Oh, the shove. The shove was so good as well. Castle has to use the ult in flash, but that's going to leave them in a dangerous spot here. 4 on the top side, 3 actually, if you will. 2 on the other side, but look, they just chew through Castle like butter. Strict Proctor trying to fire off the guns, but look at that, PCL and Zyko chasing down Zesty. That will be Wallflower to channel out Minstar, who falls on their own wayside. A couple more in the backline as well, as that will be Scary Jerry to boomerang their way to victory. On the hunt for sure. 4 dead, Zesty still alive and running away with their tail between their legs.
Maybe the worst part of all that is based on the positioning orbital, all Castle's ult did was knock Braum basically into the back line of the team. Because since the Poppy ult, of course, launches you back towards your base, GVU was closer to their base, so not only was that Poppy ult wasted, as you said, a fantastic shove by Get Back, and 25 minutes, not nearly as dominant as game number 1. I think for GVU, again, you're never happy in a loss, but against Maryville, I don't think this result in game 2 is something that you can really hold your head on. They played really, really well for about 16, 17 minutes against one of the best teams in Collegiate.
And I think there's going to be a lot of takeaways as well. What can we do better? Maybe farm a little bit better, maybe fight just a little bit better. That's going to be a challenge in the back, as you know what, MU still fighting inside of their base, even though they're all under 25% or so. You can see Scary Jerry just like, I want to keep this up. I want to keep fighting off on the edge. Look at this. It doesn't even care about the Nexus, as the rest of the team will go ahead and look for the quick 2-0. We are looking for the challenge further and further. Get Back grabs their 3rd of the game. Nexus towers are down, and then Nexus will fall as well in 26.5 minutes. They're still going. I love that. Thank you, Observer, for giving us all the glory there. It is going to be GG as Get Back and crew force Castle to take their final death of the game. Are they going to chase away? Are they actually? This is torture, if you will. The final brandishing moments. The waves are back up, but it should do next to that. They are absolutely making me talk my way through the very end of this. They are not going to stop Weaver's Wall to try and go in. That's going to be Fear Beyond Death to at least get 1 more on the stats. Final shots here as Scary Jerry gathers 1 more. 15-2-8, one of the MVPs. Maryville University take another 2-0 dub.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that final stat padding is going to make that game, if you ever look back on the stats, look way more imbalanced than it actually was. Because I do think, again, we came into this series with an expectation 2-0 Maryville was most likely the outcome. Our question was, what is GVU going to do? And I think game 2, there are so many positives. I think the first thing I got to say is they have some real talent in Zesty. I mean, not only was that LeBlanc first banned by Maryville, which says a heck of a lot about what they respect on you, but Get Back never was a factor in game 1 or game 2 outside of basically being used for utility. I think Zesty really is something this team could build around, because if you can make Maryville's mid laner basically disappear, big props to you, Zesty. I thought that was a really, really good thing for GVU heading into the rest of the season.
And looking for Maryville outside of Get Back having maybe not one of the best series of their season so far, and I'm sure that may be just, you know, hey, we aren't putting as many resources into that mid lane as well. If you were an opponent looking at Maryville, what's another point of contact that you would be like, maybe we can pinch this part of their game plan as well?
You've got to figure out how to shut down, or not even shut down, I don't think that's possible. You've got to figure out what champion Scary Jerry is the worst at? What champion can you allow him to get that isn't going to single-handedly take over a game? I think that is really the key, at least from what we were able to see from Maryville today. That game, this series, they clearly said, we're going to focus everything on bot side. We're going to let Scary Jerry get ahead. And once that happens, it's going to be GG. It's going to run you down. This game alone, this series alone tells me if you could find a way to neutralize that bot lane, maybe just turn it into a farm fest, find ways to stop Scary Jerry from being 13-2. I think that's really where it looks like Maryville has the biggest weakness. Again, I haven't seen their other series. I'm not going to say just shut him down and you could win, but that's what I'm thinking is neutralize bot lane, and you have yourself a shot, which is really all you can ask for against Maryville.
There are so many different points, and it's just like, yeah, I mean, they're all strong. I mean, it's really hard to pinpoint one or two, but I do agree. There are some things that you got to look at, and I can't wait to see what they can do in week number 4. Keep in mind, the Legends division is ahead by 1 week, and that is why we are very interested to see how the rest of the season progresses. Of course, with the NECC, we have one more series coming to you live here. That'll start at 11 p.m. EST, so keep your eyes on the clock. Of course, for myself as well as Fish here, we will be done for the evening. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all back in just a bit.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna to fix a lie. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh, baby. 125 in the middle of the night, got my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's slow this down, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat. Rebel on the highway, lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat. Born to ride, Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor, turn that giddy button to a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's slow this down, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know Dream machine, racing queen, you it's meant to be that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the and before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just night.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Thinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing. I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces. There's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you mess with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
space. I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. change, but so can you. So can you. holding on to this, holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice. She's cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice. She's cold as December.
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you
now with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go.
Hello and welcome everybody to the week 2 of the West Division here in NECC Fall 2023. My name is Alec Battery. I'm joined all the way across the pond by Rude Dude. We've got a rare combo here to joining you tonight. Rude, how are you feeling? I know that we had some question marks before we got on.
Yeah, a little under the weather, so if I'm a little slow to picking up, I'm probably blowing my nose, but that's okay. The broadcast is going to be big chilling. We're going to have a lot of fun. Got two great colleges playing League of Legends. They're starting at 11 p.m. EST. Kudos to them for starting at this late stage, but I'm all for it,
Yeah, they're playing 11 p.m. EST. And we're in the West Division, so we're chilling. We're big chilling. It's 8 o'clock p.m. here on the West Coast. We're hanging out. But yeah, it's week 2, so we're very, very early on into the season. We don't have big favorites, big standouts, but there's just a lot of games going on. You already saw early on in the schedule that there were a bunch of 2-0s already on the stream today. We're kind of maybe hoping we get to 3, but either way, both of these two teams are kind of looking to try to build that roster, build the rest of their season as we go into the West.
Yeah, and heading, or at least the sort of notices from week number 1, Cardinals started out there split 0-1 with an 0-2. Flip side, for Alaska Fairbanks, they were able to find themselves a 2-0. So different ends of the week 1 spectrum, but of course sample size is very small. We don't know how these two teams are going to stack up against one another. Could very easily go into the end of today with both of these teams at a 1-1 record.
And we've got a new patch. We've got 1320 coming in, so we got a lot of champions. I'm not a jungler, so I can celebrate this patch. This patch is great. Jinx got buffed. We nerfed jungle. We made jungle very easy. It's chill. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get onto Summoner's Rift, because if you've not seen just yet or not played any League yourselves, there may be a couple of literal visual bugs, which are through no fault of really anybody, but the client itself is in a little bit of a tumultuous state right now. We'll get to experience those wonders as we head onto the Rift. But yeah, 1320, the post-world patch, so we're now one further. We're going to be ahead of the world's meta, cultivating for any games to happen in future patches.
Yeah, we've obviously got the rest of this tournament to go through. There's also just a bunch of other amateur tournaments that are going on here in Tier 3 and Tier 2 playing around Collegiate. And it's just good for Collegiate teams to be getting a lot of preparation, just because you think of the normal or the natural CLOL competition, and that is going for spring. You're kind of sitting there in summer and you're like, okay, we're playing until about June, August. And then there's not much in fall. There's like a collegiate cup that kind of happens in fall, but not a ton of teams tend to participate. And giving these teams who here in the Challengers division, which is typically around like Emerald to Diamond, this is there needs to be tournaments for all skill brackets. I believe that wholeheartedly, and I'm really glad that there's a space for that here.
Yeah, so, the development that you can get, always powerful. I mean, we're no strangers to an off-season, right? Fall typically quite a time for us as well. Getting the opportunity to come on here and flex a little bit of our vocal muscles as well, certainly very powerful, very enjoyable as well. And I think that with is it Route 66 LAN happening in the not too distant future, that's going to be at least potentially a big look up to for some of these players, potentially if they are looking at a potential collegiate career, that type of tournament is something they can aspire to do, and it's these types of grassroots foundational leagues that are making that possible and giving the players for that.
Remember these names, guys. If you're watching these players, remember these names. Maybe in a couple years you'll see them playing up in either Challengers League or in a really big CLOL tournament. Who knows? Let's take a look at our rosters, however, as we go on over. We're taking a look at UAF, the University of Alaska Fairbanks. We've got Jackie364, 100 Ping Warrior, Blue Valentine, Trapple, and I Like Bread. Now, this team was a lot of fun to kind of go through, as we'll get to our other roster as well, because there are a lot of players who share roles, we have a bunch of subs as well, so really coming in, me and Rude were kind of question mark pinging, like, who are we going to see today? And I think we're going to do a lot of learning alongside the rest of the broadcast.
Yeah, and then of course, on the flip side, we have got CSUDH, or California State University Dominguez Hills, SRN Junior in the top lane. Little Asia Jungle, Stelly, Nano Ben 56, and Bandai rounding out the roster again. Like you say, Alex, so much shared pools between a lot of these players in terms of roles, and then as well, we got at least week 1 sample size for drafts. I'm expecting some not quote meta that you'll see at Worlds, but definitely the NECC meta champions may very well start to rear their heads.
Well, guess what? Kaisa got nerfed on this patch. Quote. She got nerfed. She didn't get nerfed. She got like a -5 base armor. Taking a look, we already had a little bit of an update. I think, if I'm correct, the mid laner for CSUDH is... Okay, it is the same. All right, so I got bamboozled. I got owned. That's my bad. So, yeah, I mean, when we're talking about the new patch, we're talking about the internal metas that kind of start to come up in NECC, right? Where when we're looking at these teams, we only have a couple of games. Both of these two teams both had 2-game series last week. And so, in terms of drafts, there's still a lot to be discovered, there's still a lot to be explored, and especially when there is such a new patch, there is a lot of players who tend to either reach for comfort or maybe try something a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a lot of comfort picked. Up against CSUDH, they did get Yasuo, Ashe, and Talon banned away from them in all 3 games. Now already, we started out on, at the very least, a similar trend with the Talon ban to begin with, and wouldn't be surprised if that was to be the focus. The other option here is 100 Ping Warrior is their highest ranked player, so if you're looking at this from a Alaska Fairbanks perspective, you may just go, let's target that strong player and get them as weak as possible.
Well, look, they're already kind of putting a few eggs into those baskets, right? We are seeing the Riven, which is one of Jackie's most played in solo queue. Aurelia, something that we've been seeing from Blue Valentine, and more along some of those lines you were talking about. I think as these bans, the first couple of bans as we get through, like the Talent, like the Hecarim, all feel very targeted and maybe a little less so, meta-specific or in kind of overall very strong champions.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of banning away these duelist champions if you think they're going to be a terror, because as much as people may meme on the top lane role, genuinely there's nothing scarier than a Fed Bruiser fighter style champion coming out of top lane 6-0. Just look at Worlds yesterday, right? Adam tore it up on the Darius. So that type of thing, getting it out of my games, I am all for.
Well, we're also AD carry main, so top laners can come out of lane like 0-4 and we die anyway, so we're big chilling on that front. We're taking a look. We're finally finished on the first round of bans, and so now it is up to the side of UAF to figure out what they want for the first pick. We've been seeing this a little bit in their games last week for the side of California State University. They have been a very big proponent of the Swain first pick, and now being taken away, this feels like a pseudo 7th ban coming in. You're taking away something that they had huge prio on.
They've done their research, right? They've looked it up. They've gone, okay, we saw double first picks for Swain. Why don't we leave them the little bait open and we'll take the Swain for ourselves? Now, Swain, a champion that is, generally speaking, much better versus short-range compositions, so we'll have to see if that's adapted to from the red side.
And I think you can kind of see that from their bans just last week on the side of California State. They had a lot of Swain, like we were talking about. They had a Belveth, a Zed. There's some Silas mixed in there as well as a Viego. So if we're talking about short-range compositions, I think Swain could work very, very well. And now we have the Ashe and Rakan. Ashe being a very big pick coming out from the side of California State.
And now they get to see sort of what AD carry you try and match the Ashe with. I'm not a great fan of laning against Ashes. It's been my permaban for the last couple of patches, particularly with the Rakan as well. There's a lot of setup there. So whatever AD carry gets picked down on that bot side, it needs a cleanse. On the flip side, though, a great fan of locking Jarvan versus a mobile AD carry. So again, these teams answering one another. Ashe fairly long range to try and deal with the Swain, but the Jarvan a great answer to deal with the Ashe as well.
Man, Jarvan has been super surprising. I mean, there was a couple patches after the whole Maokai and Sejuani fiasco that we had for a couple months there, and Jarvan has kind of started to slip into those ranks. We're also starting to see the stuff like the Belveth, which did get changed this patch, and I like what we're seeing so far from the side of UAF. Compositionally speaking, they have a very good team as long as fights go long. You have such good engage with the Jarvan, and Sona Swain is a terrifying duo to try to deal with.
Looking for more consistent damage now then. from Dominguez Hills, because Ash is great. Ash actually does fairly decent consistent damage, but you need a couple of items to get there. But as you've mentioned, versus the Swain, the Sona, the sustain that these two offer, I don't think that the consistent DPS of an Ashe is going to be enough. Looking at something in the mid lane, in the realm of Cassiopeia, that type of mage that can deal consistent damage and deal with what is going to be a very, very powerful team fighting composition.
I would like to see what the focus is for our top lane. I know we talked about it a little bit at the beginning of draft, but both of these guys love to play the bruisers, love to get into those fighter classes like the Aurelias we were mentioning earlier that we see in the bans. So let's talk about it. Like, we already see the Yasuo ban, something that has been taken away prior. What other top laners are we kind of looking for? Because right now there is some good damage on both sides, but I'm looking for some of that setup. I'm looking for who is going to be the one to be able to throw that first punch, and when you have consistent, reliable CC, something that isn't like a Rakan or a Sona in this instance, it can get a little bit difficult to start fights.
It certainly can, and then you've got two options. If you want to stick to that fighter class in the top side, look no further than everybody's favourite Crocodile, the Renekton. Still open, still unbanned in this game. If you're looking for something to be a bit more consistent and start those fights, Ornn still on the table. You've got things like Scion as well if you just want a brick wall to try and challenge UAF and see what they've got to throw up against you. A couple of options still available for both of these sides as we're looking for, I believe, top lane and mid lane still. So the solo lane is here for Dominguez Hills, and they take the Syndra. So I was asking for consistent DPS. I'm quite happy with the Syndra because as much as she may be more burst oriented, the level of burst is just way too high once you get to the late game.
Yes, like level 15 to 18 for this champion is just not fun to play with. And immediately answered, I was wondering how much of this are we going to kind of go into this small niche that we've been trying to burrow into, and now a Veigar picked as a response. It is very difficult for the side of UAF to actually walk or for the side of Dominguez Hills to actually walk forward into this team. There's a Veigar, there's going to be Jarvan waiting in the wings. Now we need to see what this last pick is, something that'll tie this all together. They are lacking a lot of physical damage, and they've got the Darius now, so I think we're just getting all-out brawls. There is no such thing as trying to kite. We are just fighting front to back every time.
Absolutely, and they've got the nice sustain coming through from the Sona, hopefully to top them all off. I do worry for how easy it's going to be for I Like Bread to keep 100 Ping Warrior and Jackie topped off. Is there the Darius and the Jarvan are likely going to be fairly far away. Blind Darius into the top side, though, is going to hopefully be countered, and got taken here. Generally a very good answer to the majority of melee matchups. So Junior now has a big sort of pressure on their shoulders, I think, to make this top lane matchup work for them, because the Darius versus Urgot matchup is very volatile. You get one kill going one way, and that can very quickly snowball the matchup itself.
Yeah, and now I want to see how we're going to kind of set up these team fights, right? Because we're looking at the side of Dominguez Hills. They've got some answers. Me personally, I feel a little bit like I'm thrown for a loop when I see this Urgot. Yes, the lane matchup can do generally fine, but once you get out of lane, I think Urgot has a very interesting and much different dynamic to how other top laners are going to function. So when we look at this team, Rude, what are we feeling? Because to me, this feels like you get one kill and then you have to reset, or you're waiting for your cooldowns to come back up.
Yeah, it is definitely a cooldown focused composition. For me, I like that versus a composition which we've sort of focused on being very heavy on sustain. You're going to have to use rounds of cooldowns to get through them, and if you can burst one target before they get sustained, you reset for 5, 6, maybe 7 seconds, you wait for those basic abilities to come back up, and then you can rinse and repeat, you can recycle, and yes, you may be fighting without some ultimates, but you'll be fighting a 4 versus 5, and that's typically when you're going to have an advantage, right? When you've got more numbers, that typically looks, or that typically is when your compositions are going to feel a little bit better.
Yeah, and hey, we're all back. We're going to be waiting for that delay as we get into this game. Real quickly, I did want to touch a little bit on the side of UAF. We talked about how this was going to be a team composition that thematically does like to work together. The Sona is going to work very well with like a Darius and a Jarvan, but one of those critical members falls, and maybe this all kind of falls apart for the side of Alaska Fairbanks. How are we feeling, Rude? I mean, both of these teams kind of have something that is going to be a little bit more interesting. It's definitely a lot different than what either of us would kind of expect from our different leagues that we cover. So, I mean, first of all, I'm getting a Sona game, which never happens. That's the first thing. And I get to see Urgot in the year 2023.
The thing to talk about, I guess, when you've got these niche picks is what do they do well and what do they do not so well. Whenever I see Sona in my games, I know that I am taking the biggest backseat. I am chilling for the first 15 to 20 minutes because this champion is a caster creep. It does nothing. It is very, very weak through the early stages of the game, though. Once you've reached that tier, once you've reached Moonstone, Shirelles, whichever item you're going to end up going for, and that tier is stacked up, a lot better, a lot more powerful for those team fights. By extension, we're then looking at Dominguez Hills going, all right, you have this bot side of the map, which we're expecting to be fairly weak. Pre-level 6, I also think Swain, very, very cooldown reliant as well. So you're relying very heavily on that pull. See if you can get any trades going through that way. Ashra Khan, though, level 1, they're good to go. Ash's passive is one of the most broken passes for a level 1 engagement. And that exists through to level 5s, level 6s before the ultimate start to come online. It's not like the Dominguez Hills bot lane gets weak at level 6 either, just certainly that fight becomes a little bit closer, let's say.
Yeah, for sure. And we've also got just so many different things, right? We've got farming, we've got late game insurance for both teams, so it's not like we're going to get to 25 minutes and be like, all right, guys, hands off the keyboard.
Now, yeah.
The game just ends immediately. There's no other respite. We got a lot of interesting things. Taking a look, I mean, we've got a lot of stuff to kind of talk about just because, hey, we've got this delay. We've got to deal with, the new patch as well. Reed, have you actually read the new patch? Because I know that is always a struggle for us. Actually reading the patch is a little different.
You know what the good thing is that I have the lead client up right now and I have patch notes right in front of me if I wanted to. None of these champions, it looks like that are being played, actually got buffed or nerfed, so we've been given a pass for this round. The good news. But I do want to I think the most important aspect of the 13-20 patch wasn't necessarily 20 champions, right? It was to the jungle getting, as you sort of highlighted, a little bit, well, we can say gutted, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, they nerfed all the smites. They made it so that laners are individually much stronger. They made certain buffs like a lot stronger to deal with, like Baron. Dragon buffs are also still they've been nerfed, but I think in general, like Dragon is still too OP.
Right?
Yes, so you really want to try to get to the soul, which, the game has been a little dragon-centric for a couple of years now, guys. I don't want to say anything, but I don't know if this was quite the fix that we thought it was.
Nevertheless, the powers that be have decided that Dragon Soul is where we need to put more of a emphasis. I think we've been fairly snowbally in recent patches, right? So
yeah,
Soul making it a little stronger. I'm not too sure how we feel about it.
I mean, for me anyway, right, like, it's snowballing less in the sense that, hey, the individual dragons themselves are not as strong. That's cool, but once you've finished the soul and you've gotten all the objectives, then it's like, alright, you deserve to win the game at this point.
Alk, we have a red alert. We have a red alert.
What happened? What's happening? Where am I looking?
Forgotten a jungle item.
Oh!
We
Wait.
have Croc in the NECC, everybody.
We're bringing the CV LOL English straight to you here in North America.
Come on, man.
You love to see it. Hey, he's the one that did it. You're the one that brought it. Look, he's recalling. He's getting his wards. Malaysia, buy the item. There we go. We've got the Mistwalker, which these are 2 jungle items that did get nerfed on this patch. So missing the movement or the tenacity and the slow resist on the Moss Stomper, and for the Riftwalker, you are gonna have a little bit less movement speed coming out of brushes. So hey. Happens.
That is a big Fiddle nerf as well.
Yes, especially for Fiddle, who loves being in Fog of War. And I think, actually, we didn't talk about this too much, but the Fiddle itself is interesting. It's something that not a lot of people are going to be playing in most skill brackets across the board. And for a team to set up for it, you definitely need to have really strong vision. So I'm interested to see what Dominguez Hills can kind of pull out of this, because even if it's a bad game, even if they end up losing the game, just having that Fiddle in your back pocket, I think, is a very, very good pick.
They're a very powerful tool, for sure, and it is sort of that dichotomy between the two teams, right? We highlighted that for UAF, their bot lane is going to be fairly weak early on, and the bot lane is going to be fairly aggressive on Dominguez Hill's side. On the flip side, you look at the junglers for both of these two teams, it is the complete opposite, Alaska Fairbanks have got a Jarvan to try and really snowball the early game.
Wow.
Wow, yeah. And the Fiddlesticks is going to probably do the exact opposite.
And look at where they're pathing right now, right? 100 Ping Warrior moving on towards that top side. We talked about how maybe this Darius was going to be more important to this roster as we get further into the game. And on the opposite side, Little Asia pathing down towards the bottom side. Now with no flash here for Trapple, I don't know how much actual action is going to occur of this, but I like how aggressively the CSU is playing from their bot lane. They know as soon as they got level 2, we're going to try and force a flash. We had a massive mini wave stack as well, so need to be very interested to see where these two, because Jarvan, he's that guy in the early game. You do not want to be playing against Jarvan. Level 2, level 3, this champion has like an insane kit.
Exactly, and I think that pairing it up as well with a Vigar, typically in that mid lane, your mid jungle pairing is something that's so powerful. Vigar, a fairly weak early laning champion, but when he's got that cage and when you've got the follow up, and honestly the raw damages that come from a Jarvan, there's a lot of fear that I would have for CSU as they go through these first few levels in the game. Certainly need to make sure that that top side of the Rift is definitely more cautious than anything else. Junglers just wrapping up their full clears though. Now is when we get to see if they're going to get active on the map or if we see a quick hold or a reset a
Oh, here we go. Bandai just constantly looking for something with the grand entrance, just getting some small chip damage. I like how they're keeping the wave in a really cool spot in the middle. They don't know where the enemy jungle is, and I think their vision is a little bit shallow. I wanted to say, Rude, I am getting tripped up because of this Fiddlesticks champion. So when he puts down his effigy, it just has his champion icon there. And Fiddle, you know, his play pattern is I stand still and I do things. And I just, you know, I hit the heal. There's a lot of damage. Gets flipped under the turret. Jackie, both of them are just going to be blowing the flash. Jarvan is here, and there's a wave coming. So Junior, without the flash, needs to be able to survive. Jungler's on the opposite side of the map, so he's all by himself. Looks like he might be trying to get that recall. Little Asia trying to do something, but look at what Nano Ben is able to do with this ass passive. We said this was OP. It's going to turn into a First Blood going over to Dominguez Hills.
Really nice cross-map play there. They may not have known that the Jarvan was on the bot side, but the pressure that was exerted from Jackie calls 100 Ping Warrior up there, and down on that bot side, Little Asia making the presence felt early on. Remember that flash was burned very early by Bandai at that level 2 spike. So unfortunately, Trapple just has no way out. Really well executed play for Dominguez Hills, and they get themselves the first kill of the game.
And this is something we can even talk about for summoner spells, right? We see that both of our marksmen, both of our bot laners have gone for the Ghost, which for Ashe is not super, you know, non-typical, but for a Swain, typically the choices are either going to be going Ghost or for Teleport, and now we're kind of feeling the effects of that, not able to get away from the Ashe, not able to get much done in that bottom lane, and we've seen Ashe be a very big presence for the side of Dominguez Hills, so now we're starting to see their bottom lane get ahead. Fiddlesticks even was able to get a, get an assist as well as finish boots here, which is very big for this champion.
Yeah, that's your big takeaway for the Fiddlesticks in that early game. Try and get those tier 2 boots. As much as we, take a quick meme, Fiddlesticks wants to stand still. Getting to those camps faster is very, very powerful. And of course, as much as movement speed is the prevailing stat of a boot, the magic pen that comes from the Sorcerer's Shoes going to go very hard in the early stages of the game as well, before champions have got all of that MR stacked in.
Yeah, also Fiddlesticks just has like really dumb high base damage. Like this champion's just not okay. Like there's no reason for the fear and the ultimate to deal that much damage. It's pretty ridiculous. I love Fiddle as much as the next guy, but I really need to see this champ. As an AD carry player, it's my literal worst nightmare to see this champion come over the wall.
That's true. Honestly, I'll agree with that one. Alk, we've been in game for 6 minutes. We've been on this for about 10. I think it's about time we started feuding.
Okay.
What myth or what Noon Quiver item do you think that Nano Ben will go for this game? We may have to hold it though. I'm looking at the river and there's some dangerous things going on.
Stelly, level 6, should just be able to flash over the wall. Oh, just barely. And if he flashes over, there's a Darius waiting in the wings. Not going to even use the summoner spell. Blue Valentine is just going to use the event Horizon. They're going to find the kill, and it's going to turn into the First Blood going over to UAF.
Alright, so I like the fact then, in fact, that Stelly holds flash there. Make sure that, they've got that for a future gang. Maybe could have used it earlier and got back to the turret. Nevertheless, we are going to see Junior now in trouble also.
Okay, well, there's also ultimates for both of our top laners, so we gotta keep a lookout. Junior now, no mana. He's just trying to burst away. They're trying to auto, but there's really nothing for Junior to be able to do. It's gonna be the last breath for him. 2 kills now over to UAF, and that top side is still stacking, still finding advantages.
Fairly close though in this early game. Kills traded back and forth. It really is a battle of top side versus bot side. 100 ping warrior finding leads in both of the solo lanes, but this bot side of the rift really beginning to snowball for Dominguez Hills. They've got a nice CS lead for NanoBen, also taken that dragon in favor of the Fiddlesticks, so a lot of advantages going to both sides, and we're going to get to see those two combine hopefully within the fairly near future.
Yeah, we've got the Rift Herald spawning in a few, and I think we would love to see for the side of Alaska Fairbanks to actually kind of use that advantage and turn that into an objective, because typically when we're talking about getting these gold leads and finding experience leads, you want to be able to turn those into tangible advantages. Maybe it's a turret. Maybe it's more summoner spells taken away from your opponents. You can actually have more access to do stuff. And we're seeing right now 100 Ping Warrior trying to find action through the top side of the jungle, but no one is really there. So damage onto Stelly, maybe they're able to find a little bit more, but not being there for that Rift Herald. Wait a minute, Stelly just gets a solo kill. We thought it was an engage. Call the ambulance for someone else. Now, Trapple's walking forward. The Never Move is just getting ready. And it is just going to be an ultimate. It's going to be the Demonic Ascension to clear the wave, to push them off. NanoBen, level 5, also has the Ghost as well running. It's going to be a small trade, but this wave is pushing away from them. Their jungler's on the opposite side, or is now pathing towards them, but is nowhere near. Bit of a weird circumstance, especially for 100 Ping Warrior, we were looking for them to try to start up into that top side.
So surprising here that as well on the bot side of the rift that Trapple actually hit 6 first. We've been talking about the advantage that had sort of gone the way of this Dominguez Hills bot side of the map, and level 6 coming through for the Swain. Fortunately enough for Dominguez, not able to find anything, and now another skirmish on this top side.
Oh, Little Asia's here though, and should have been spotted on this ward. He's gonna ult right over the wall. It's gonna be a fear. It's gonna be another death going over to CSU, and now they're losing out on some of that top side matchup. They're also going to be able to grab the Rift Herald. So in terms of neutral objectives, I mean, Dominguez Hills, they've gotten the first dragon. They're going to be able to start up this first Herald. They have kind of saved some of this top lane matchup, and you're still losing on that bottom side. A little worrisome here for Alaska Fairbanks.
And the other part of Ashe that, honestly, I always forget because it doesn't matter to me in solo queue, but maybe the most OP ability in competitive League of Legends, the Hawk Shot, spots out 100 Ping Warrior.
Wait a minute now, he's stuck in the cage. This is the matchup that we had talked about, right? When you have the Vagar, I might have to hold this though. Little Asia, he took a little too long to actually get it. It's 1,000, it's 900, it's 30 HP, and it's gonna go over to the side of Alaska Fairbanks. So in a few moments, I think UAF have found a lot in terms of an advantage.
Yeah, disaster strikes there for Dominguez Hills. They thought that, you know, great play down on the bot side, one on the top side as well. They stay safe in bot lane, find the kill top side, but Junior there, not quite giving the resources back to the jungler that Little Asia would have needed to secure that Herald. And 100 Ping Warrior, despite getting spotted down on that bot side, makes a nice little rotation play from mid lane into the Herald and actually gets 2 for 1. Now 2-0 on this Vigar in the mid lane. We talked about the fact that it's a fairly slow champion to come online, but giving 2 kills early on would be a very good way to succeed.
And this is a bit of a weird spot we find ourselves in, right? Because we saw the beginning of the lanes, right, where Jackie, he's taking it to Junior. Junior gets put down a little bit. There's, again, Asterius who's starting to find resources, but hey, Fiddlesticks is farming. Fiddlesticks is starting to get those levels. Little Asia is level 6. Jarvan is level 8. This guy's almost level 9, and from there, it's just getting closer and closer to like a second point in that ultimate, and there's so much that Jarvan can do as he gets further and further along, especially with some of the Jarvan builds that have been getting cooked up with like Gore Drinker and the Spear of Shojin. So I think we're in a bit of a weird predicament here if you are the side of Dominguez Hills.
I'll agree with that one. I think that Jarvan, just a bit too strong maybe, if I were to TLDR what you've just said.
Sure.
And I'm quite happy with how this game honestly has been going, right? We came into this game with UAF having won their first game 2-0 for Dominguez Hills 0-2 in their first week, but both of these teams absolutely giving what for in this early game.
Oh, the Ashe ultimate, it actually hits my fridge back behind me, and a flash from Blue Valentine means that he's going to be able to survive. Now, Junior misses out on the flip. Can Jackie find the kill? We saw that these two top laners, there we go, flashes right back in, and he gets the dunk, so he's going to miss out on this whole next wave top lane. But you look on the bottom side of the map, they're trying to find something. These two teams are battling as the Dragon is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Moving over a ward, 100 Ping Warrior, you're by yourself, but Little Asia has no resistances whatsoever. And there we go, Stelly. Okay, that is an insane Gore Drinker proc. Little Asia gonna flash right over it, and this champion is just surviving for so long. I like Bread is able to get in. They find this kill. It is gonna be so much gold going over to UAF. Don't know if the Jarvan's gonna be able to start up this Dragon, but you're feeling really good if you're on blue side.
Well, this is one of the Rift Heralds of all time. Trying to see if that can find a charge in the mid lane. Certainly going to be a task for Shelly. Now a potential gank on the bot side as well. Remember, Cataclysm still available.
Oh my god, can he do it? Also, still has the Gore Drinker, so if they need to, they can get right into the back line. Trapple, flashes, Demonic Ascension, Ghost. Never Move is next. Not able to find Nanoben, but it just doesn't matter. They found the support instead. Bandai is going to go down, and it's going to turn into another kill here for Alaska Fairbanks.
They see your Drake trade out, and they raise you a kill in the bot lane instead. 100 Ping Warrior getting that Jarvan early game fully off to the races. Unfortunately, second Fiddlesticks ulti for Little Asia not quite able to find the success that you would like. And you mentioned it earlier, that power farming of the Jarvan, the early Gore Drinker, saving 100 Ping Warrior at least twice in that skirmish that we got to see, once in the river, once in the bot lane as well. Now we get to see if the potential tempo play gives a Dragon opportunity for Little Asia to take this mountain. That'll be quite difficult because there's already a few bodies lurking around that pit.
All right, Rude. We skipped on it about when us being able to actually beef on the broadcast. Yep. We had a lot of action. It was neither of our faults, but we do need to actually get to this. So, the mythic that we think Nanoben is going to go for. That is a great question. I'm just going to say I really hope it's Infinity Edge. I know the memes for Ashe, but crit is still super strong. The slow is good. It's chill. Like, you could go for Navori. I don't know. I think Navori is kind of
Unfortunately, sir, you are cooking in the wrong kitchen. It is either Rageblade or Trinity Force. There is not a single critical cloak being built.
Trinity Force is... Dude, Trinity Force is cringe. Now, I will say, I love building that item. However, I've built it too many times. I want to go back to my crit days. I want to play crit champions again. And, Hunter Ping Warrior... We've seen this time and time again. Some very questionable engages. No one is nearby, but finally they're able to grab that kill. How much more can they get done? A grand entrance into Swiftness wraps around the back line, but it just doesn't seem like they have enough Trapple. Kind of getting kited out at this point. I mean, Junior's here. Nanoben's trying to get down damage, but we talked about it for the side of Dominguez Hills. It is all about that slow ability. It's all about their first punch that they throw in a fight. And for UAF, they were waiting, but they don't really have a lot of that damage, especially when this Darius is not there.
Yeah, so UAF, whilst they don't come out on top of kills, they actually loot or get first turret on that top side. So this Darius is going to continue to snowball away with this top lead. Little Asia now still has ulti, runs right into the Darius.
Oh, there's a little question mark, Ping. You got the Ghost. That's a pretty big win, but now Junior's got to be careful. I mean, this is already a stride breaker being done for the side of Jackie, and the amount of movement speed that this champion can get is really ridiculous. And I mean, Junior's just really afraid. Doesn't have ultimate, doesn't have flash. The teleport's down as well. He knows that his jungler is on the opposite side of the map, and can't really do all that much. So now we got the Dragon being started. Trapple's looking for it. It lands another double never move. It seems like that focus on a Nanoben is where they're going to find their first kill in this fight. Turns into a Dragon. It turns into a couple more kills. They've now killed Little Asia and Bandai. And Stelly, walking into no man's land, I don't know where you're going. I think you're taking a one-way trip to the L train, and now UAF, they've gotten 4 kills, they've gotten the Dragon, they're going to be able to open up mid if they want to. This game is kind of getting out of hand very fast.
Yeah, the difference in top roams, very palpable. The last fight around the Dragon, we got to see Junior roam down and You know, Dominguez Hills, they got a 3 for 2. They got kills in their favour, but it was still fairly close, and they couldn't get the Dragon off the back of it. UAF this time round, they pull their top laner down. Jackie makes that roam from topside, and it's a clean 4 for 0, plus the Dragon as well. Gold lead in the last couple of minutes has now exploded, 4,000 in favour of Alaska Fairbanks. Starting to take turrets mid, got one top already, and this bot lane one, on its last legs, a TP from Stelly needed to save it.
Okay, we are now in a very interesting predicament because we had talked about how both teams have some champions that are going to take a little bit of time to scale. They're going to wait for a lot of their big item spikes, but now we're in the situation for the side of Alaska Fairbanks. Your Jarvan is pretty far ahead for what we consider, especially when we're talking about the mid and jungle. Okay, wait, Stelly's just finding the solo kill here at this point. Demonic Ascension doesn't matter. You're going to straight up demote back into the gray screen. Sally's going to find that kill, and it opens up a little bit for the bottom side, but in real terms, what does this get for Dominguez Hills? Because it's gold for your Syndra, but look at where the rest of the map is right now. You just use your TP, and the Rift Herald's just spawned.
I do think that UAF are actually quite far behind where they want to be right now. I'm 90% sure that 100 Ping Warrior is sat on what we call Rafa money.
Maybe. There we go. The Ashe ultimate. The fear now landing for Little Asia. They're trying to find this kill. Jackie is trying to get that first execute. And he gets it up against Junior. Now we've got the Event Horizon falling. We've got Little Asia going down next. And it just feels like a repeat of more and more we've been seeing around Darius. It is a triple kill here for Jackie. And now they're going to be able to start up the Rift Herald as well.
Well, the Jarvan may well be with much bank, but Jackie has spent as much as they needed to turn that play in their favour. 3 kills on the top side turns nicely into this second Herald. With waves pushing in all the right directions, they're able to also catch that bot side one, so Trackle might well have been solo killed, but is it going to lose the turret for it? And of course, those pity prizes now fully unlocked for Dominguez Hills, and they'd have loved to have got that turret for themselves, but let's be, they couldn't do it.
Well, Rid, I did want to give you a little bit of a pointer. It's only Rafa money if you die with like 2,500 or 3,000 gold, and you just die. You just die with it. You have to be able to die with it. It's very close to being that. And unfortunately, if you don't get that, you know, just think, hey, I died with basically an item's worth in my inventory, and just decided not to back.
We can give the context.
Hey, yeah. So our you know, Rafa, friend of the broadcast, he likes to power clear a lot. He likes to take all the camps, and then he says, cool, I have 2,100 gold. I'm going to keep farming. No, I'm going to gank bot, and oh, you know, my camps just respawn, so I don't want to lose efficiency, so might as well just do my camps again, and then, you know, we find another gank.
Can we find this
camps
Herald,
are back up. Yeah, can we go for Herald? And then 5 to 6 minutes pass, and he goes, oh, I have like 4,800 gold. It's like, maybe we should have backed. Maybe we should have backed. If you win, then it's super chat, because you're just that guy. But if you're not, you get stuff like this, where unfortunately just not able to find that pick, and it might be a turn for UAF. Get a bunch of flashes. It's now the ultimate here for Little Asia. The fear is landing. They get that first kill onto I Like Bread. No, Jackie has now ghosted into this fight. It is damage onto Nanoben. You have Blue Valentine coming in from the other side, and it is just a complete domination for the side of Alaska Fairbanks. They're not even able to find much of a reprieve. Dominguez Hills, they're going to keep on falling. It's going to be a mid-turret with the Rift Herald up next, and the Baron has just spawned. Their pick of the litter in terms of options.
That was a fight of nightmares for Dominguez Hills. The Darius barely even got a reset, right? I think there was 2 in the back there, but the Noxian Guillotine wasn't even needed for the first couple. 100 Ping Warrior once again baiting out these engages, and we were saying that the Dominguez Hills composition is going to thrive when they can pick off somebody like the Sona before the fight. They got that ideal situation. I Like Bread wasn't even a part of that re-engage. Unfortunately, there may be a bit of a wallet diff as we head into what is now Baron time for UAF.
I was going to say, you killed Sona, and then I pressed tab. And
Good reflexes.
Everybody on the broadcast, we're going to keep that as a secret. No one else saw that. But Blue Valentine, your secret is safe with us on the broadcast. So anybody that's in Twitch chat and you saw that flash, no, you didn't. Pretend it didn't happen. We got Dragon spawning in a couple of seconds. Now, These players haven't actually, UAF have not actually been able to recall all of their gold, so sitting on a little bit of that gold that we were talking about earlier in terms of being able to actually turn that into an item. But you look at what they have 2 stopwatches still available to them. Jackie is already came back out onto the map, has that stairs gauge, and is getting very close to a death stance. Now we got to start finding picks just like this. Trapple uses the ghost. Misses. Okay, so now we're using Demonic Ascension, buying a lot of time while his team actually goes and grabs the dragon. And it's going to be up to the side of Dominguez Hills. They need to call their shot, call the bluff of UAF, say, stand firm, grab this mid turret. It's going to be an objective bounty going over to them, and now they need to be able to escape. Good flash coming out from 100 Ping Warrior. Don't know how much more, but you see already Jackie getting onto the backside. Great scatter of the week coming from Stelly. And is that Little Asia? Can we see that ultimate start to tear apart the backline? Nano, though, he's getting caught out, and it is a tale that we have seen for the last 22 minutes. The Darius has arrived, Rude. The Darius is taking over this fight. Doesn't even have to look at the Rakan kill. That one's just going to go their side regardless. And it is going to be another 4 kill. This is deja vu. I've been in this place before. I like Brett is dead. And then almost all of Dominguez Hills is gone.
Incredible. And again, all of these fights look so good for Dominguez Hills. That fight specifically, Little Asia got the Dream Fiddlesticks ult he was channeling across all 4 members, got multiple man fear, and just weren't quite able to convert it into a win. Jackie had a beautiful flying angle, came round the back and take out everybody really from Dominguez Hills. Now Junior also
Grapple,
caught
what
out.
are we cooking? Oh, the never move actually lands. Now Little Asia's here, Bandai as well. I just feel like you just don't have enough of a wallet to be able to get away with plays like these. Now you're getting, again, routed. Amazing ultimate coming out from 100 Ping Warrior to lock down the entirety of Dominguez Hills. And they just never find a fight as all 5. I don't think we've seen an ace throughout this game. It has always been 4 members trying to find something. The scatter of the week, I mean, it just doesn't quite land this time. Stelly, unfortunately, not able to find it. It is just going to be another knockup. It's going to be that first ace they were talking about. And this time is Blue Valentine who's going to be holding the gray screen down of UAF, but they've now got an inhibitor. They can recall. The Baron is still up. We were talking about that wall of diff. It is straight up a different tax bracket.
Yeah, it's not looking good, unfortunately, for Dominguez Hills. And, you know, you said it in the name, right? Stelly's using Scatter of the Week. If there's one word I'm using to describe 100 Ping Warrior this game, it is absolutely not weak. 27 out of 29 kill participation. This player has been absolutely everywhere on the Rift. Knows exactly what is up in these team fights as well. And continuing to power clear, by the way, the most farm on his team.
Yeah, most farm, almost in the game. We're talking about our 2 solo laners here from Dominguez Hills. You're doing a good job at that, but why does this champion get to have so much ability haste, get to have like 4,000 HP? I'm getting close to the Kassan team. I got to be really careful about this one. Champion just got reworked. Okay, all of his abilities got changed and stuff. And look,
well, Kassan said we need a new copy pasta, right?
True. Jarvan, the new Jarvan build, if you haven't already been playing it, it's been popular for a couple months. Make sure you're out there playing it. Gore Drinker, Spear of Shojin, Frozen Heart. Get every single item that gets ability haste. Champion's just OP. Turns out when you can flag and drag every 3 seconds, Champion's pretty good.
Yeah, knockups on a 3-second cooldown tend to be my jam. Shout out to Cho'Gath when you build full ability haste with them. Definitely much harder to land.
Maybe. Okay. We're just getting a fight now. Little Asia in the middle of their own jungle thinking this was supposed to be a safe space for me. This was supposed to be my spot to be able to farm my camps. And right now, the entirety of Alaska Fairbanks, and more specifically Jackie, is saying, yeah, I don't care about that. I'm going to just take all your camps. I'm going to take these kills for myself as well. And now we're going to look to try to take your Nexus. Nano Ben, no mana, no HP, no team at this point. You're getting very close. This game is just straight up over.
Nano Ben was fighting for his life versus the super minions that were pouring into the base. Unfortunately, didn't come out on top, and it's probably going to go down here too.
Okay, Nano Ben, 07 salute as a marksman to you. It's been great. It's been good. I don't know if it's been both of those things in this game. It's going to be a first win here for the side of Alaska Fairbanks, and a rather dominant one at that.
Yeah, it looked good, honestly. The first 10-15 minutes, I'll say, we were going steady. Both these 2 teams had a very real chance at trying to take a win there. But once there was maybe a triple kill topside around a Rift Herald, the game just completely ended. Jackie got 3 kills, the game ended. It was over, unfortunately. And again, credit to 100 Ping Warrior. We sort of highlighted the highest ranked player, at least on this UAF roster, certainly was able to get about the map, helped his solo lanes. And I do think that when Jackie got the ball rolling, as much as they were the one getting all the kills, it's important to highlight that the Jarvan was the one making those plays work.
Yeah, we saw those two really start to link up. Obviously, I think the 2 big points of criticism for both of our junglers here, 100 Ping Warrior, I think just kind of sending it a lot, even if they're alone. They're just like, I'm going to do it. I'm strong enough. I believe that I'm that guy. Still ends up falling, but hey. And that Rift Herald play that we saw, where Little Asia is trying to take the Rift Herald by himself. He's like, okay, I don't really care. We just kill top lane. I don't need to... The Jarvan's not going to come. They're just going to respect it. 100 Ping Warrior says, yeah, no, man. I'm not going to let that slide. I'm going to take that personally. Yeah, I take that and I took that personally. So, we'll see a lot of changes. Obviously, we're going to be heading into games soon, so make sure that you stay here, you stay tuned in. We're going to take a break, and when we're back, game 2 of this series will be right up.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't want to show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby.
welcome back to NEC Fall 2023. We have got another game. We've got potentially the end of the series here if we see the side of Alaska Fairbanks go ahead and close out the series. But we're still in the West Division, and we are still at least one game away. My name is Alec Battery. I'm joined by Rude Dude. Rude, we had a very, very one-sided game on the first for the first one on the show.
You know, I'm going to challenge you. We had a very, very one-sided mid to late game. I still remain that early game could have gone and like led into the game going a different direction.
Sure.
Once the snowball happened, yeah, you know, credit to Alaska Fairbanks, they absolutely took that game home. But that wasn't to say that they didn't have their struggles in the early game. They did get first blooded down on that bot side. They struggled a little bit when it came to those early game neutral objectives. But like you say, once that snowball started rolling and they got a couple kills on that top side, Jackie, 100 Ping Warrior, that dynamic duo in the top side kind of ran away with the game.
They were very, very strong, and unfortunately for the side of California State University, Dominguez Hills, they had nothing they could do about it at a certain point. They were just like, we're trying to stop Jarvan from jumping on top of us. I'm a little fiddlesticks. You cannot,
Yes.
I can't do anything.
Picking 3 immobile champions into a Jarvan or having 3 immobile champions versus a Jarvan just feels absolutely atrocious.
Yep. And it seems like with side select, they have gone ahead and decided for the side of Dominguez Hills, we're going to stay on that red side. We're going to say, game 1, we had some execution errors. Our draft, we felt, was pretty strong. There might be some changes, but so far, I think if there were some things that we wanted to change, Rude, what are we looking at?
So I would be looking toward getting rid of that Jarvan, to be honest with you. It's
Okay.
not just because there was a stellar performance. It was also that it's a very, very powerful champion. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Jarvan taken away if that's, you know, a possibility. Alternatives are picking champions with a bit more mobility. It does make the Jarvan much harder to execute. So there's a couple different options that are open to Dominguez Hills.
Sure. And honestly, I mean, you are on red side this time, so if you want to try and get counterpick, that is something you can try to do. But
The
Jarvan just
R5
has
jungle counterpick. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jarvan just has such a robust kit. It is a reason why he is almost universally always pretty strong. He just does that thing, and he does it every single game, and he's done that for like 8 years now. So like, the champion is just good, and the kit is just strong enough. We're already starting to see that now targeted away. So now they have to drop one of their 3 bans we saw in the last game, which were Riven, Irelia, and Akali. So now we have to start thinking, is the Akali the one that kind of gets dropped? I think it's something that definitely requires a higher level of execution, but if Jackie's going to be the one to play it, there could be a lot more solo kills once we hit that level 6.
Alternatively, Dimitri, we could be looking at the fabled B1 Riven, if that is not banned here.
Ooh.
So my eyes turn to the potential of many a Riven one trick in that top side, and they do get denied. So Akali, the open pick, not typically, as you say, the champion that you want to take on first rotation. They took Swain last game. Wouldn't be surprised to see that again. Remember that Dominguez Hills took Swain both games in their series last week, so this isn't just a good pickup for Trapple down on the bot side, it's also a great denial away from Dominguez Hills.
Okay, now what is their answer? Last time around we saw it was the Ashe and the Rakan that they were trying to go for on the opposite side for the side of Dominguez Hills. They could try to go again with this. I think that Ashe, while she does have a lot of great setup, what I do want to see from the side of Dominguez Hills is maybe a little bit more firepower, right? I think that they were obviously lacking damage, and it's one thing to say I'm behind on damage because we are 7,000 gold down. It's another thing to say, like, we just didn't have a lot of that same burst potential as maybe something like, obviously I think Samira is not going to be picked in this angle, but like something that adds a little bit more to the team and doesn't require such a long amount of time to really start to ramp up.
And whilst we, highlight, of course, that there's some changes that can be made to Dominguez Hills' composition, they have opted into this Ashe Rakan. I don't think that was the particular problem for the bot side. It's also worth noting that for UAF here, this Swain is a very flexible pick as well. Doesn't have to go to that bot side. Can be played top, mid, even support as well. There's a lot of options open to this Swain pick and does give them a high amount of flexibility.
Oh my god, the Jarvan's banned, and we're given 100 Ping Warrior. Now, our focus coming into this match was going to be looking at our jungler, was going to be looking at 100 Ping Warrior as one of the highest ranked in this series alone. And so now, Hey, he's just been given full reins at this point. You got a Kha'Zix, you're going to be jumping into that back line. We need to see what the tools are going to be from the side of Dominguez Hills, just because if you can't deal with the Kha'Zix and you're not able to just immediately stop him either mid-air or right as he comes out of invisibility, this champion will run away with the game. We've already seen that on Jarvan from 100 Ping Warrior.
Okay, and we do get to see that Bel'Veth locked in. We mentioned last game that none of the champions changed in 13-20. We're in that game. This time round, though, that is a different situation. Bel'Veth receiving quite a few nerfs here in this patch. Damage reduction off of the E, notably, is a lot smaller. Bonus attack speed from the passive as well taken down a notch. So certainly a weaker champion than it was maybe 24 hours ago, but still certainly one that has its very, very special place in the League of Legends jungle.
Who cares about that? They made it so that her E can now critically strike, which I didn't think was not a thing.
Miss that out, Dimitri.
I wanted to see that because I've been building Kraken Slayer on this champion for forever. This champion is a reset champion through and through. You should be trying to play to basically your outer limits, similar to something like a Viego. So, like, the fact that it couldn't crit before, I'm just going to be real, kind of cringe. So, now we're in the second...
That was a good thing.
No, this champion... I like this champion. I like playing Bel'Veth. Bel'Veth is just so, like, quirky. She has, like, such different... I just like the Q. I think the Q is really cool.
You really hope she wins as well? Yeah?
I hope she wins. She's just as smart as... Whatever. So, we've got the second phase of bans here. Zed being something we actually saw last week in a couple of Dominguez Hills games. And then the Malphite, something that they also picked up. So, showing a lot of respect, showing that, yet again, like we said in the first game, these two teams are doing their homework on each other. And... they're going for a very interesting composition. We said that last game was going to be a very short-ranged kind of team comp. This time, again, they've gone for the Bel'Veth, and now the Mordekaiser on top.
Okay, I have an important note here for Dominguez Hills. Every single game that they have played so far, Ashe, Talon, and Yasuo are 100% present. One of those champions you will notice is notably missing currently and slots quite nicely into their 5th position. A very real Yasuo angle here for the mid laner Stelly if they want it. Now, the same solo lanes get ran back here by UAF. Certainly looked very good in that first game and honestly does make Yasuo's life quite difficult when you're playing up against a Darius, a Veigar as well. Getting caught in that cage can be quite difficult, but just wanted to highlight that before we see what Stelly takes.
Yeah, it could be Yasuo. Yone's been a terror, especially, so would have to be an interesting look. Stelly going again for the Syndra, so a lot of Merc Treads value, I think, coming out just in general for the side of Alaska Fairbanks, but they didn't have to change too much. UAF staying with 4 out of the 5 champs that we saw, so compositionally and thematically speaking, this team should operate very similarly, but a Jarvan to a Kha'Zix is a very big change.
A lot less early game power, if we put it that way. The time it will take for 100 Ping Warrior to get online, we're expecting to be much longer. Also, just clears less efficiently than a Jarvan. It's a lot more difficult to stay high HP to find those ganks successfully through the early game on the Kha'Zix. And then, you look on the other side for Dominguez Hills as well. They've got 3 out of 5. They've got largely a similar composition as well. But importantly, that jungle role has, again, slightly altered. I think that Bel'Veth's ganking power earlier on is much more empowered than a Fiddlesticks, but still clears almost as fast, in my opinion.
Yeah, they've made it so that the jungle camps actually scale to level 18, and they will get a large amount of HP, but they've also made it so that the AoE smite actually deals, like, all of the damage of the smite, so you can actually clear AoE camps. You no longer have to be, like, the really cringe Lee Sin player who builds Tiamat for no reason. And that'll be interesting to see. I don't think 100 Ping Warrior is going to have a lot of issues clearing camps because he was clearing champions last game. And if you have a Kha'Zix now instead of a Jarvan, you've got a lot more lethality available to you. But we're seeing I'm going to be honest, Rude. This Dominguez Hills draft is not inspiring a lot of hope, a lot of confidence. This does not spark joy.
Looking at it. Okay, well, I've not been studying up on my top lane matchups, but I have seen Mordekaiser's body Darius in the past. Now, that being said, I'd also seen Urgot's body Darius in the past as well. That, obviously, didn't end up coming to fruition. A couple of external factors as well, maybe 1 or 2 ganks on the junglers that swung that matchup one way or the other. I do quite like the damage profile, though, that we get to see from Dominguez Hills this time around. They've got that double AP, double AD, and yes, they had that last game, but it was not spread between the jungle and the mid lane specifically. That's one of those that you're always looking at. That Merc Treads value went really crazy last game. They aren't going to have that same option super early on and have the same level of immense value on the Kha'Zix, because if you go Merc Treads versus Velveth, she just laughs at you and kills you with all the AD damage, right? A very different style that we're going to get to see.
Have
you been doing your top lane research?
I did my top lane research.
Okay.
I hit up that Lollytics fast. What do you think Darius's win rate is versus Mordekaiser? Now, this is on the patch.
47.
This is Emerald Plus,
Okay.
and it's only 300 games. So I will go to...
47%.
It is 55%.
Oh, the exact
I'll go to-
opposite. Oh,
I
dear.
will go to 319, so we have a little bit more data. All right. Do you think it's changed much from 319 to 1320?
I say 54% on 319.
You're correct. It's 54% with like 6,000 games. This matchup sucks. I could have told you this. Mordekaiser really wants to abuse his his passive, the big AoE he has. And Darius is like, I don't care, man. I get a BF sword with my passive, dog.
So what I'm hearing is I've been watching too many Brazilian Mordekaisers that bomb Darius's.
Yes.
And that's my issue. All right, well, nevertheless.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about Brazil, I thought you were going to be more excited about potentially like a Belveth support. I know Axeman loses.
Any Belveth mention, instantly support. But honestly, in Worlds, there was such a Belveth support angle, and they didn't take it, and I was fuming. Anyway.
Good. That champion sucks. It's almost as bad as B1 Talia. And with that, we're going to start beefing, Rude. We didn't get to do too much in the last game, and we are still in a delay. We are just waiting for a champion select to be the spectator delay to finish so we can get into game. So during this time, me and Rude are going to be starting some beef. Rude, I misinterpreted your last beef, so I'm gonna throw the ball over to you. It's in your court. Let's get to arguing.
So me and Alk Battery have been long-known AD carry players, and we play occasionally a bot lane duo together. And every single game, I hear Alk Battery say, "Is this a Stormraiser game?" And I lose my mind until this patch. Okay, until this patch, I've been slightly converted, but until this patch, that item was garbage, straight.
It was
trash.
garbage,
and you would still say to me, "Is this a Stormraiser game?"
This is not true. This is not true. I think this is the sickness getting to you right now, because I would only do this in the last patch and a half. Yes, production said, "Look, if you're in Twitch chat and you want to get active with us, how about this? Twitch chat. Let's do a Stormraiser versus
Kraken Slayer.
Kraken Slayer. I'm going to say it blindly. You can headcanon whatever champion. If you want to be like, well, I play Vayne every game because I'm rude, dude. I'm going to build Kraken Slayer. Go ahead, man. You can. That counts as a vote. I don't really care. Just pick Stormraiser versus Kraken, and I'll probably go back through the VOD and we'll see what happens. We'll see who the real victor is.
Okay, so slightly less red alert this time. This is more like an amber to probably Luke green alert. We have got Trapple, who's forgotten potions, heading into this laning phase. Now, up against an Ashe early on, could be quite difficult, but again, just to put that out there, we're struggling with the shop. Boris is definitely diffing on occasion.
Boris is clapping us right now. Yeah. It's so funny because there's so many times when you're playing normals, you're playing ranked with your homies, you're just sitting there, someone presses tab, everyone's quiet, or you're kind of talking about something, and someone goes, "Hey man, you forgot items." Everyone presses tab at the same time. Oh god damn it, man. I'm like, I have to go back. And then the worst that you hear directly after that is minions have spawned, and it's like, no.
I'm late to lane.
I'm late to lane. Well,
and you know what
game's
the best part
over.
is as well? Is with the recent changes to pings, you can't ping people's items to let them know that they forgot them. So if you're in solo queue, that's just Jover.
So that got changed, but that only works in party chat now. So they're gonna change the ping because they heard everybody being like, "Guys, I can't ping my teammates even if I'm a pre-made." Right? It was like, fine, we're just gonna make it so that it pings in party chat instead. Which I still think, just leave it alone. I like, people need to behave, right? Like, let's just bring back the tribunal.
Oh, real. I honestly don't know that I played when the Tribunal existed, but
I played with the Tribunal. So for everybody who doesn't know, Tribunal used to be, you had to be a gold ranked player or higher, and then you got access to chat logs and some gameplay of a League of Legends game, of a ranked game, that people would report people, and you got to be part of a tribunal, a couple of players who voted as to whether or not this player should be punished. Now, this was a removed feature after a while, but when I started playing, the tribunal was still active, and I actually almost got into it. I was like, oh, I gotta start playing ranked, but I had to level my account, and by that time, Tribunal gets axed. We've got a game in front of us. Both junglers actually passing up to the top side.
That's what I heard, that you're
yes.
so happy with trying to get people's account banned. Hold on.
100 ping warrior doing something that we typically tend to see Belveth's doing, which is invading for the Raptor camp. Now, this is a little bit different. Everybody's coming on down. It's every single champion. It's a straight up gangster party coming down into this topside jungle. There's flashes everywhere. There's a scatter of the week going down. 100 ping warrior, who's going to get that first blood? Okay, it's going over to Mordekaiser. Selly flashes. Lucky has now gotten that entire stack of hemorrhage. Need to be so careful. Gets the heal now. Can they get to find this kill? Okay. Little Asia is also to fall here. Blue Valentine is going to be able to escape. It's a 2 for 2, and now we need to evaluate what were the ramifications of this. It's a hell of a lot of summary spells gone, but we look at where the kills ended up going. Junior with 2 of them, and a little bit more spread out on Alaska Fairbanks.
Okay, so the pressure goes on to Jackie. Can he sustain now this 2-kill Mordekaiser?
Yeah.
Exactly the boost that you're looking for, honestly, with such a difficult matchup for the Mord. Junior gets a couple kills, gets to come back to laning phase with that blasting wand and a cloth armor as well. So, a little bit of extra boost to the Mordekaiser, and we'll have to see if that impacts their duels in that top lane at all. Do think that, importantly, both of them not able to TP, or going to TP back to this lane rather. Junior able to opt to go for just walking. Knows that he's got that time given Jackie's death. So another possibility that maybe the Mordekaiser takes a bad trade, can then teleport back to the lane and sort of save his laning phase again. Yeah? How's that? Ah, nice. Okay. You sound good. That's what I'm going to say. Objective. No, but listen. This was all planned. Junior saved TP for this exact reason. The full wave collected, where Jackie and 100 Ping Warrior split that full wave of experience. This is a win for the Mordekaiser. This is a little scary, I will say. I'm going to have to wait and see quite how successful this hover is going to be. Nevertheless, for right now, Jackie playing with the respect necessary. Never mind. Okay, we just realised. So Alk knew that he was muted, but unfortunately we didn't quite get that message.
Okay.
And I'll be big vibes solo till I get the news.
I restarted VMix. Yes, I restarted VMix. It's because my mixer unplugged itself. VMix has to like redo it. I should be fine. Chatters.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Chatters. Let's get a 1 or 2. Okay, awesome. So we missed a lot. There was some top lane action. What I wanted to focus on was Belveth, top side of the map. They need to do a lot more in the top side if they want to get this Belveth to really do anything.
Belveth thrives when Belveth gets Rift Herald. If you don't have topside control, getting Rift Herald, very, very difficult. So what does that mean? We focus the top lane, we play towards it.
And that is not currently happening right now.
No.
They are pathing towards the top side right now. You do see that Kha'Zix will be able to move their way as well if they actually want to try and find something, but focusing more on grabbing those items. I like how aggressively Dominguez Hill's bot lane has been trying to look for engages. We talked about it right now. They are always looking for something. With Bandai on this Recon, they're just trying to find grand entrances to, you know, maybe put Trapple and Like Bread on a little bit of an awkward tilt, saying, oh, could someone else be here? Could we try to get a summoner spell? We saw it in the first game, right? Level 2, they find that grand entrance. Trapple immediately flashes. Does not know that someone else is in that brush, and just does not want to take the risk.
And, you know, and this is the complete biggest tangent that I could possibly take us on right now, but we've got a little bit of time. Herald has been started on the top side, so I'll give that as a bit of a preface to anything that I may have to stop talking pretty quickly, but I like Bread, probably the best summoner name that I could think of, to be honest.
Well, I don't know. Agree to disagree. We'll put that in another beef category as to whether or not we can actually...
Now, it goes back to my... Okay, no, they're just going to fight again.
All right, we got Exhaust onto Nano Ben. They get that grand entrance, the flash as well. They do not want to lose vision. It's a trade, though. The Ashe is the one to get the kill, and Sona actually picking up the trade as well. So a bit in favor of the side of Dominguez Hills, but if they can crash this wave, they can then start to equalize some of that advantage as well. The first Herald going over to the side of the University of Alaska Fairbanks. That is not a good look if you're at Dominguez Hills.
Yeah, it may seem like just a small thing. Oh, one team secured Herald on the top side, but again, to reiterate, a large portion of Bel'Veth's early game strengths come from taking a Rift Herald, being able to siege down one lane and try and destroy that if possible.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, man. This Bel'Veth champion kind of sucks with it. I'm going to be... This champion kind of is not great. It is very hard to find. Now, it does have one of your favorite mechanics, and I think something that you see doesn't get utilized as often. The little fishies, they did get nerfed this patch. So
good.
They're not as tanky. Those things needed to be nerfed so long ago. There's no reason for them to have that much HP as little minions. Just saying. Really annoying. But now without
you would
Rift
just
Herald,
summon the Royal, like the Spanish Armada way back when, you know? Like, it was kind of crazy.
Dude, release Bel'Veth was so dumb. And it still is kind of dumb, but like this champion was just not okay. UAF, though, with this Rift Herald, with them finding some plays throughout the top and the bottom side, this is going to get more and more problematic for the side of Dominguez Hills, because we've already seen the core of this composition work the same with Stelly, Nano Ben, and Bandai in that first game. We saw how they were kind of operating in a team fight, and Junior, while has less of a deficit than what we saw in the Urgot matchup, really I don't think has a very strong hold on what to do with Jackie, and unless we see Little Asia start to get a little bit fancy with their ganks, we're going to see more of the same. 100 Ping Warrior is going to have more agency to do what he wants, and Little Asia's going to be playing more reactionary. Jackie gets the flash. Junior, I mean, you're in the Death Realm. It's one last auto. I'm sorry. I did not know your game. I was not familiar with your game.
I told you, dude. Mordekaiser wins this matchup. I don't know what to tell you.
My bad.
Stats
don't matter. The numbers are cringe. You keep that. I like the magic.
Alternatively, Junior could have just been studying many a CB lol VOD. You know what the good thing is as well is that I don't know the last time that Mordekaiser got played in CB lol, yet it's just synonymous with the region.
Well, yeah, because it's, come to Brazil, you got the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I know. Believe it or not, Alk, I'm familiar with why.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just letting you know, I'm letting the fans at home, in case they're unfamiliar with Mordekaiser from Brazil. There's a lot of ultimates coming out. There's also a lot of crowd control being laid down. Little Asia is here. Good never move from Trapple's going to end that one, and it's going to be Nano Ben falling down. Dragon is spawned up as well. They still have a ton of HP, so they're summoning the Rift Herald. They've now killed the bottom laner. They're going to crash this wave. Little Asia's going to be the one to pick this up, and now University of Alaska Fairbanks, they have so much to work with in terms of the map. It's more turret plates going over. Little Asia potentially going down here as well. The never move misses, but they just do absolutely no damage with the Sona. I wasn't sure. This would take a little bit of a deeper dive, but maybe that was actually, I like Bread using the damage reduction, the little mini exhaust that Sona has on her passive. That would have been an incredible use of the kit in that instance, but Rude, look at the map right now. It is not good for Dominguez Hills.
It's well, Yeah, you may have slightly taken the point. It is looking awful for Dominguez Hills, if we're completely honest. There's 2 Drakes that have already gone to Alaska Fairbanks. You get to see plates taken top, plates taken bot. Fortunately enough, nothing mid lane. And a quick little pick here from Stelly. Have to shout out the fact that they have been perfect, really, in these mid-game moments where just finding picks on 100 Ping Warrior, who our criticism of was that they just get a little bit aggressive, maybe, when they're not supposed to. And that's certainly there being an instance of that.
Hunter Warriors just got those real random mid-game deaths. They just sort of like, yeah, I'm just gonna. You're not even. Everyone's like, some people are resetting. They're going back to base, and then it's, oh, I'm dead. Oh my bad.
That wasn't a totally illegal one. Brother was walking from the river where they'd just taken a fight to their own jungle. It was like kind of bad because you didn't see the Syndra and the chance they could be there, but it's not one of the illegal ones that we can blame for, you know.
You can make all the excuses you want for 100 Ring Warrior. I'll let them know that then you need to sign their their mouse pad. Oh, we sent out the ultimates. That's kind of what this Ashe is supposed to do, right? We use the Hawk Shot. We try to use the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to get damage down, but Trapple, he enters that Demonic Ascension and kind of, you know, negates a ton of the damage, and now Little Asia walking into their own jungle can't actually do anything. I was going to talk about how there's a small lead here for Little Asia, but already has the Eclipse, already has the Lucidity Boots as well. Trapple trying to find this kill on the Bandai, and NanoBen trying to hit the 1v2, trying to hit that lick, trying to find their kills. It is all about vision. They're out of range, and now they swap sides. You're on the wrong side of the lane for both of them, but look at how much healing. We talked about how important Sona was going to be. It's an engage from Bandai, and a few HP are going to start trickling away. I like Bread. Can you find one more? Yeah, there we go. They've got the trade. There's also stuff happening in the top side of the map. It is a 2-for-2 trade, but it is UAF winning out on that top side while their bottom lane, hey, NanoBen is winning, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, we saw this last game. The Ashe can get as ahead as they like. This is still Ashe versus Darius and Kha'Zix. Very difficult late game situation for an Ashe to try and play out. We saw the Jackie really rocket to success last game just off of a couple of ganks, and with first break likely to fall here as well, would be no surprise to see that happen again.
Oh, wait a minute. Little Asia actually just
that was one Q, by the way.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, we've now used the damage reduction. You tried to go into the Royal Maelstrom, and it just wasn't enough. But I think a pretty good win if you're on the side of Dominguez Hills. You did lose your turret, but you also got the flash out from Jackie. Now Junior doesn't have ultimate, so how much are you going to be able to actually get out of this? There's no flash. Ultimate is coming up for 100 Ping Warrior, and the entire squad is starting to rock up. They bail out their jungler at the very last minute, and in terms of recalls, in terms of what they're able to gain, Dominguez Hills, I think, gained so much across the map for this play.
Yeah, gold is dead even right now. It's worth looking at it because we see a Drake fight potentially happening in the next 2 minutes. Another fight bot lane, but here comes Demonic Ascension.
All right, he's cooking. He's cooking. They're putting him in the slow cooker, but I just don't think he's chefing at all. I mean, Trapple's just going to fall. The Kraken Slayer, not even done this time. NanoBen actually changed up the build. He changed up the spices that he was going to go for and went for the Blade of the Ruined King instead of the Kraken Slayer like we saw in the first game. And now is able to find that win. Trapple is not as dominant or not as even as he was in that first game. And UAF, all of their gold is yet again in the top side, but not as dominant as that first game here in the series. We'll see what they can do. Jackie's now made his way into the bottom side.
Oh dear, this is going to be a swift one-tap here for Jackie. 600 gold goes their way, but Little Asia, not to be outdone, finds a play down on that top side and taking down 100 Ping Warrior for the third time this game. We'll have to see if there's more gold to be found on the bot side here for UAF. The Jackie finding that kill and takes this turret. That's 2 now for the Darius.
Exactly. A lot of gold there as well. And Little Asia in the empowered form for Bel'Veth. It's not quite the Rift Herald form, but got to be feeling good. I mean, they can just ignore Swain at this point. Just take the turret, use the amount of attack speed this champion has as a pretty disgusting steroid. And now they'll be able to reset. They will be late for this dragon. And while we haven't talked about it too much, they've kind of been happening as we've gotten more and more action. University of Alaska Fairbanks are very close to putting themselves at Soul Point, which is worrisome, especially since we do have this Infernal Soul.
Yeah, and importantly, right, the super fed Darius is there and ready to try and take control over that bot side of the Rift. 100 Ping Warrior also makes his way out of base from that death. straight to the dragon, starts it up on spawn as Evolved Claw's going to take this down exceptionally quickly. Now with Little Asia coming, we're feeling the starts of a really big team fight here. All 10 members in the bot side of the jungle.
Now, there's no Sona ult here, so we need to be able to watch. Look at this engage Bandai with 3 members charmed up in the quickness. And now they're just trying to find a single kill. That's the start. That's the first reset here for Little Asia. They're even able to find the Jackie as well. So, I mean, Little Asia can just keep resetting, keep getting kills. It's going to be Blue Valentine finally with the ultimate, but it is NanoBen as well who's just opening up on this fight. And the entirety of UAF fall this time around. It's the first time we've really been able to say that all series long. Dominguez Hills are able to plant their feet, start a fight, and they grab the dragon as well.
Power of this Mordekaiser really showcased there in that team fight. Yes, there's this super fed Darius coming out of the top lane. Well, simple enough job. Just send him to the death realm and he can't impart all of that damage to the rest of the team. Bonus here for Juniors, the fact that he actually wins the 1v1.
Yeah. Oh my god. Well, Sally is getting, maybe some payback. Ping Warrior has the ultimate coming up. Wow, even gets away. So Sally says, look, all the random deaths, all the random ISO deaths, that's going to be for you, 100 Ping Warrior. I, myself, am just going to get away. Even keeps up the flash. Jackie now, maybe in a little bit of a top laner's predicament, saying, I have to just run at them. I don't care if Ashe can try to, try to kite me out. Kiting is for nerds. I'm going to get myself a kill, and that is going to be them starting to pick up some more gold, but really, we need to start to see that turn into more actionable things across the map, and we need to start taking down turrets.
Flash away from Trapple, so this Swain continuing to find themselves in less than ideal situations, let's say. Not going to have that safety tool in the next team fight if we happen to see one. Remember, Rift Herald not really going to be any more part of the game, actually. Looks like Baron's the next objective to spawn in that pit, but could very well be a concern sitting in this mid lane with no mid-tier 1 turret, 1 Scatter the Weak lands. If there's an Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well coming from downtown, you don't really have a way to prevent yourself getting hit by it outside of just really fast reactions on a dodge.
Rude, I found the last time that Mordekaiser was played in CBLOL.
2021.
It was 2022. CBLOL Split 2. INTZ versus Liberty. Dawn versus a Sejuani top.
That makes sense. That's a banger mode match.
And actually, the very next Mordekaiser game was Skybart in CBLOL Academy. Liberty versus PNG. Or Pain.
Yeah, they are the same. Yeah.
Yes. So they almost got it. They almost got like the overlap of both teams. They have 2 Liberties back there, so hey,
Liberty coaches now made their way over to Dominguez Hills, I think.
Yes, of course. That is the
natural
really
career progression.
Yes. It's only one step up, like you got to keep climbing the ladder, and if NEC Fall West Conference is your way up, we take those. That's a win. That's a win in my book.
Absolutely. No further comment. I'm quite happy with that as analysis, and we can take that through. I want to quickly highlight the potential for Dominguez Hills to find their first win period in this Challengers Conference. They've struggled so far throughout week 1 and week 2, but certainly in a winning position here. 3k gold lead. They've got decent scaling as the game gets later. Stelly has been playing fairly well on this Syndrome. May well get caught. Oh, JK.
Oh, nice. Good use of the stopwatch. Stelly now flashes, and it is the entirety of the team trying to collapse. 100 Ping Warrior, really good slows as part of one of those things you can do on Kha'Zix where you're just maxing your W and being as annoying as possible. A flash, Sona engage. They said, hey, this might be an enchanter. I'm going to basically play this like an empowered version of Alistar at this point. They're trying to find a single kill. It's going to be onto Little Asia. And remember, that Baron is up. Most of their members are here. Jackie's actually rotated from the bottom side of the map to this top side. And maybe we counted our chickens a little too early. It is going to be the Baron started here. There's no jungler for them to be able to answer. Stelly's in no position. I mean, NanoBen is just catching this mid-wave. And Alaska Fairbanks may have found a way back into this game. Of course, this is still incredibly even, but you have to think with a Baron in their back pocket, they're going to be able to use this to push. And then we've got Dragon in a minute. Stelly? 07 salute. 650 gold going over to 100 Ping Warrior.
Respect. Sometimes you just gotta try and steal the Barons. Your jungler's not there. Who else is gonna do it other than a Syndra? I respect the effort there from Selly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, was not meant to be. End up finding a death column tally instead, and now for UAF, maybe we get to see them right that ship and turn this series to the 2-0 that they would have certainly been hoping for coming into game number 2. Baron on all 5 members. Get to see what their mid-game, what their late game starts to look like when they've got this lead, when they've got this advantage. What can they do with it?
You know, I've stopped caring about Baron steals as much. I might have to hold this as juniors in a bit of a weird spot, but I've stopped, you know, really caring about Baron steals because, honestly, if you get the Baron steal, the whole call is laughing. Like, the whole call is just, like, losing their minds. Maybe in a competitive game, maybe you should care a little bit more than me about a single Baron steal, but, you know, if you're there, I think the general good it does for society, the amount of humans that are happy when you win or you make an amazing Baron steal, it's a little bit higher than 0. And so now, Dominguez Hills trying to find engage, but that is now no Ashe ultimate available for them. Nothing for them to actually start at the fight. It's going to be all eyes on Stelly and Bandai. These two with the best crowd control on their team available to them. And they're kind of just playing front to back. Everybody has vision of everybody else. Stelly just now is going to crest this side and join the rest of the team. And in terms of wave states, everything's kind of even for the most part. They just need to be able to fish for cooldowns between these two.
And we have Sona time as well, so all this poke from Dominguez Hills not going to quite stick as much. Fortunate thing is that poke on the other side not really relevant.
Oh, Trapple got caught. It was a E coming out from Junior. The slow is not enough, but this Event Horizon, look at the amount of space it is buying. Junior just trying to find the execute. It is full Conqueror stacks, full bleed stacks, and Blue Valentine finding the kills. The heals just do not matter at this point. A double kill coming over for Blue Valentine. They'll be able to finish off Junior as well. And it feels like dreams being crushed, like the small inklings of hope for Dominguez Hills are just slowly drifting away. As Alaska Fairbanks, they finally collected themselves. They finally said, okay, that's enough trolling, that's enough of us kind of messing around. Let's close out this game and let's put us at 4-0 on week 2.
That was so close as well. Dominguez Hills came about as close as they could have done for the duration of that team fight, and again the Mordekaiser ulti working overtime, keeping Jackie at bay, but as soon as they pop out of that death realm, they come out in the midst of 4 people and it looks like they're going to go down, but the Decimate heal is just too strong. People stand a little too close to the Darius. There's a stun here. I think there's probably going to be a walkout angle. And Blue Valentine may well have used that barrier a little preemptively.
Just thought, hey, gotta block some damage. I agree, a bit premature, but barrier's a low cooldown. We can cope. Here for the side of Dominguez Hills, we need to start looking at angles to get back into this game because the gold is only going to get wider and wider in terms of what you're actually able to get, and as lanes become longer, missing stuff like the flash or not being able to actually answer when enemy jungle are invading for your camps becomes very difficult. So for the side of Dominguez Hills, what are we expecting? Are we going to try and look for another, front-to-back team fight like we have just saw?
So if I'm Dominguez Hills, what we're going to look for is Ashe arrows on cooldown. We have Syndra, group around, because in full fairness to Stelly, they are very strong and probably the best way to get an advantage, really, or try and find anything on their side. Looks like they're playing to this Mord. Rylai's can keep Jackie slowed.
Alright. Need to be careful as well because Bandai is here and available. Doesn't even matter. You talked about the Ashe being on cooldown. What can they get on the top side of the map as well? They're trying to push this in. They've also got the mid wave that they can push. So for the side of Dominguez Hills, they've now gotten the single kill. They've had to invest 3 members. Nanoban actually fell in the mid lane at the same time. So it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory at that. You won, but at what cost? And Alaska Fairbanks, they're saying, hey, we're totally content, pushing, keeping our gold lead. Still have 3 minutes. Sally's got to be careful. It's a teleport coming in. Can they kind of pinch them beneath these 2 turrets? I mean, 100 ping warrior, wow, really good use of the invisibility, but not quite enough to shut down going over to Little Age. They'll be able to grab themselves as well. The reset from the ultimate. Dominguez Hill finding some reprieve as they exit the jungle.
Yeah, really big shutdown actually there for Little Asia. Didn't quite catch the full tally, but at least 800 gold there going into the Bel'Veth's back pocket. 3 items for the Kazakhs though, certainly quite the daunting threat trying to take that down. No Wits End finished just yet for Little Asia. Would have liked to see that get picked up with the extra movement speed from the half-bound axe. Going to be working quite nicely though to pair with that stride breaker and keep that move speed differential about as high as possible.
Oh, we're just using every single summoner spell. Okay, maybe this Bel'Veth champion is alive and well. Welcome to the Void. Trapple gets taken down. That's Ghost. That's Cleanse. That's Flash. It's also the double sums of Like Bread. The Baron is spawning. So, hey, this game is just getting closer and closer. Again, for the side of California State, they want to find their first win. They were 0-2 in the first week. Alaska Fairbanks, they 2-0'd Fresno, and they're going to be looking to try to come back into this game. There's no way for them to respond. 100 Ping Warrior trying to get into this river, and Jackie is all the way in no man's land.
No crescendo here, so I Like Bread simply a heal bot.
All right. They're a really good stun, and they're just getting whittled away. They thought they lost a member. Well, guess what? The Baron is going to add on to that. Little Asia gets taken down. Great stuff from Blue Valentine, but 100 Ping Warrior is getting clapped right now by this dragon, or by this Baron. The Sona is just spamming abilities, every single, like, just hand fist right on through the keyboard. Be able to save their jungler. It's another Baron going to the side of Alaska Fairbanks, and it just feels like arrows straight through the heart for Dominguez Hills, for Little Asia in particular, because if they were able to grab that Baron, not only is that just gold in your back pocket to try to equalize the lead, that is a Baron. That is the first time we will be seeing the super empowered Bel'Veth form this entire game.
Yeah, and unfortunately not quite able to collect on it. Again, starts with one pick leading to what we thought was going to be a Baron for Dominguez Hills. They find Trapple in the mid lane. Unfortunately, they opted for the turn, weren't quite synchronized on it, didn't quite have the full range of tools that they need. Quickness not ready there, or the Enchanted Crystal Arrow either. Wasn't quite ready to turn around. Now 100 Ping Warrior fancies himself a blue buff. He's actually going to be able to find it as a TP comes in from Stelly.
Oh, but
Big
this Ash
arrow.
ultimate, it does nothing. It was a very small Ash arrow, and we talked about, hey, whoa, Jackie, and then they swap places right there. Okay, there was no summoner spell. There was just a bit of a Mordekaiser pull. And
yeah.
Now, I mean, Dominguez Hills, what do? They've got no tools to actually get into this. It's going to be the soul given over. They're getting caught waffling between two different options. Do we want to fight? Do we want to back off? And instead, they get neither. They get neither a kill, neither the actual soul here. And I misspoke. It wasn't actually the Infernal Soul. It's a Chemtech. I should have known that because I can just look at all the map pieces. And you know what, actually? This is a callback to the beginning of the show. We thought that the Rift was going to be broken. It looks perfectly fine for now.
Nobody go play solo queue or norms. Don't break the illusion. This patch is fine. Smile.
Yeah, there's a few buffs. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they've got the Baron. Oh, wait. We're cooking. Jackie, are we actually doing this? The minion is just wailing away on the turret, and Blue Valentine, he gets taken down in the mid lane, but I just don't know how much this mattered. No, look at how much damage 100 Ping Warrior does right now. Yeah. Boom! One shot onto Little Asia. He's gone at this point. Junior now has the ultimate. 100 Ping Warrior doesn't matter. He just doesn't care. He has 100 ping. Guess what? You've got 0 HP. It's going to be the inhibitor turret falling. The inhibitor next to go. 31 minutes. They still have Baron in their back pocket, and they're just pushing on two different waves.
30 seconds still with the Baron at their backs. Sona again absolutely thrives in these situations. Can just top off the team as best as possible. That tier as well, really getting some good value here. 2 cannon minions wailing away on these Nexus turrets. They don't even have to walk up for these turrets to die. That's number 3, baby. And look at, nobody's hitting this Nexus turret from UAF. Just these minions are working so hard.
Oh my god, it's the cannons with the glizzies. They're just firing away, man. They've got the Baron empowerment. There's nothing for them to do. Alaska Fairbanks, they're going to say, okay, we've raised your turrets. We've raised your base at this point. That was like 3 to 4 turrets taken in a single swoop. We also got ourselves 2 inhibitors. Let's back off. Let's go collect our gold. Let's spend our gold, turn it into items, turn it into a real advantage. And let's close out this game. We've got ourselves the Soul. Baron is spawning at 2.5 minutes. Elder in 4. And unfortunate here for Dominguez Hills, but UAF are just continuing to kind of show a lot of resolve throughout this second game.
Yeah, that first win certainly looking rather elusive here for Dominguez Hills, and really good stuff from UAF to say we can go back. We've got time on our side with this Soul. We should just win every single fight that's given to us. We should be able to go up to this top side for me in this situation. If I'm playing this game again, I've got 2 inhibitors down, the game plays itself. I don't need Baron, I don't need Elder. I can just walk to that top side of the Rift, use the 2 waves of pushing super minions in that bot lane, in that mid lane, to create a extra pressure point. And when we have 5 people on that top side, somewhere has to get answered. Either you lose the base and try and take a 5v5, or you send a member back to defend the super minions, and then there's a fight to be taken on uneven numbers.
Well, I have great news for you here. Right now, it is a weird situation where they're trying to do a 4-1. Jackie's sitting in mid lane. There's no event horizon, but there's the Ashe ultimate. That's what I wanted to try to call focus to, because we talked about, hey, the only way they're winning is if they can find a pick, but it just doesn't seem like Jackie is going to be that guy for them. Demonic Ascension, it's the crescendo landing as well. Every single member of Dominguez Hill is just trying to escape, trying to do something, trying to find a way out of this game. And for UAF, the only way is out is through, and it's going to be through the Nexus of Dominguez Hills. It's going to be through this second game. Jackie may have not had that same advantage, but it's just kill after kill, and now University of Alaska Fairbanks, they find themselves in a 2-0, going 4-0 here in NEC Fall. We're in the West Conference, and that game was much longer than the first game, but
yeah,
it still felt pretty dominant.
Similar tropes for sure. Again, that early game felt fairly even. There was even a point where we actually got to see Dominguez Hills 3k goal up, but then one pick led into a Baron, led into UAF recognizing exactly what they needed to do to get themselves back into the game. Once they had that small advantage, were more than happy to run an absolute marathon with it. Really great performance, got themselves 2 inhibs, didn't overextend, didn't overstay their welcome again, got back to base, spent all that gold, used the full might of a 6k gold lead and closed out that game really well.
It was a really good spot, and what I liked what we saw from Alaska Fairbanks is their ability to actually play from behind. A lot of teams, they will feel very confident, they'll come into a game too, and they'll stumble. It happens. No player is perfect, no team is perfect, and so they'll stumble, fall apart, and then we get into a game 3 situation. But hey, that game was kept close. It was a great shot from Dominguez Hills. I think there are some promising pieces there, and again, we are at the beginning of the season. This is only week 2. They have plenty of games to still go on through. They have plenty of best of 3s that they can still play and try to refine their style, because there are some glimmers of hope there.
Certainly, and you know, when you get 3k gold lead, that doesn't come from nowhere. Came from them taking really good fights. You know, there was one around that dragon that they 5 for 2, I think, sort of really destroyed UAF at in that mid game. It comes from these improvements, learning how did we end up losing that gold lead? What was the mistake that made us fall behind? In this case, it was a pick. Okay, so what do? We go back, we say, okay, how do I not get picked there? Is it I stayed 1 wave too many? Is it we made a call that we couldn't execute on? All of these things that they can do, they can go away in the interim. They've got a week now to reset for week number 3, and they can have themselves, hopefully, a better showing next week, because I think a win for this team seems inevitable, really.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is one of those doomer bottom of the barrel teams where you're like, all right, guys, we're hoping
free win to be collected. Yeah,
the free win every single week. It happens sometimes, but I don't think that's there for Dominguez Hills. I think there's a lot of promise there, and for the side of University of Alaska Fairbanks, there is a lot of great things that we talk about, right? 100 Ping Warrior was doing really well. We talked about how their bottom lane, I think the different styles that we've kind of seen, the Swain takeaway is very, very interesting, and Jackie all by themselves was dominating a couple of leads in some of those spots. So really interesting stuff to see. Rude, it's been a pleasure having you on board. It's, we've been having a lot of fun here. Is there anything you want to say before we close out the show?
No, just shout out again to NECC for making these leagues possible for everybody, because again, this type of developmental talent, exactly how we get better players in better tournaments in the future for North America. So shout out to the NECC for both putting on the tournaments and for having us on at short notice as well.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, like we were saying, I think every tier of league and ranked deserves some kind of competitive tournament. People like to compete, give them a fun spectacle, give them a great cast as well. It's always part of the broadcast, being able to be like, oh dude, look at this cool clip, casters losing their mind over my Darius play. It's awesome to see. Thank you again to NECC, thank you to all our production staff, and for the entire stream, thank you to students who are able to play in all these events, staff, managers, the whole and hey, you guys be nice to each other, everyone be good, be nice to one another, and when we were back, hey, we're going to have another show. NECC will be back. We've got plenty of other games. You all have a good night.
falling up, I'm falling down from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down from the sky